Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning, people. Let me know in the chats if all of you can hear me. Let me know in the chats if all of you can hear me quickly. Yeah, am I perfectly audible, visible to everyone? Let me know in the chats if all of you can. Yes, yes, perfect, perfect, perfect. Just give me a second, guys. Just give me a second. Just give me a second.
There's an item 37 already on today's course list. My SLP is against the same impugned order. It's been filed. So may I just request it be brought along, the papers be called for? It's been verified. It's been verified.
Lord,
We'll just give the details.
My Lord, I have circulated a mail, Lord. Earlier, I have circulated twice. Your Lordship said it will be listed. But the problem is, my Lord, it is a three-judge bench matter. So the registry says unless it is assigned, my Lord, it is an old appeal. IA in an old appeal. I'll take a medical admission in Chandigarh, my Lord.
Lordship, one rate petition is pending before since 25 June. Lordship's already service and approved, but this matter is related to the NEET and filed by the Congress party spokesperson. Till 2 days did not listed. Lordship say I am requesting. Please, Lordship.
In this matter, petitioner is likely to be terminated.
Circulate emails. We want to start with the NEET.
I have circulated this in the mentioning, but because this is a service matter, they are saying this is not in the urgency category. Therefore, I have to mention before my notes.
Into the amendment there. Maris, can I mention your lordships has already passed an order? Already been issued. Directions have already been issued. Just go and check. You'll find the date also. I've given the date.
Lords, with your lordship.
But your lordship has already directed.
This item was listed as serial number 19 on Friday. Your lordship directed issuance of notice. My only request is it should be tagged with the other gaming matters which are coming on 31st. Number, SLP number, only limited direction. Lordship already issued notice.
Not your lordship commission may mention.
I'm mentioning a matter, Malis. Your lordship has already directed it to be listed on 23rd. But your lordship's direction was, Malis, after the list had been issued. So if it can come on Friday or Thursday or something, Malis, your lordship already directed.
Lords,
Circulate emails, I'll see it.
Lords,
Matter. Yes, Mr. Huda.
Your lordship's most gracious permission.
So,
My lord, I mentioned, my lord, I sent the email twice, my lord. My lord, maybe listen for tomorrow.
Lords,
Already passed order. He says orders.
But orders has not come to the registry, my lord. There's some technical difficulty. Your lordship may.
I pass it in his presence.
Your lordship may
may
keep it for
mention
tomorrow.
matter, my lords, which I had mentioned on the 18th
I'm still time to file in my
Guys, it's going to start in some time, okay? It's going to start in some time.
forward. We want to take file in 2 weeks, my lords.
Not 2 weeks.
My lords, for way forward, it was not in the affidavit. Give us 10 days at least, my lords.
By next weekend.
Next week, next Friday, we'll.
My Lord, connected matters already on board.
8th of July, my lords, your lordships were directed to be listed on the 15th. It was not listed then. I mentioned it at least 3 times, my lords. It was listed on 22nd.
What is the matter about?
My lords, it's a Section 8 petition which was allowed by the trial court. The High Court has set it aside, my lords. Now they're insisting on us to file a written statement.
Thursday. I've already given you directions in your.
My lords, the dates have come. We've even asked for not the date to be deleted. It again gets deleted, my lords.
Come up on Wednesday or Thursday. What can I do?
Please, my lords.
My Lord, this is the connected matter is already on board today. It's the matter relating to the Kavar Yatra.
Well,
The Kavar Yatra and
just directly that all matters. There are 2 matters. They are going before the
I'm
lawyer.
obliged. I'm very obliged.
One minute. Lordship's permission, I'm mentioning the thing, my lord. Lordship lost date of hearing, my lord. Lordship has to pass city and state-wise marks, my lord.
Who are you appearing for? That's a partner. Are you on your legs? Who's on his legs right now?
Only one thing I
Allow the lawyer who's on his legs to argue. Don't just jump. Others, 20 lawyers will jump. Let there be some order.
Huda is in charge, he will continue arguing.
Like marks are changing.
That's all right. The mark may change, anything may happen, but we will follow our own order here.
Please,
When your turn comes, you can
Please.
point out everything, not like this.
Lord, may it please, Lordships. Lord, at the outset, I just need 15 minutes, Lord, and they may not respond to my every point I raise or every sentence. Just 15 minutes so that I first sum up and Lord, then
Before my friend proceed, allow me to intervene for 10 minutes. It will have a different course of direction.
Don't intervene right now, let him argue.
All right, please.
May it please, Lordship. Lord, I was saying just 15 minutes, the Union of India may not respond sentence-wise, point-wise. Just give me 15 minutes so that I first wrap it up quickly, Lord. Now, Lord, in deference to my Lord's direction, they have published the result. In the order, my Lord said that the roll number may be edited, may be concealed, masked. Rest entire data should be given. They have not given all India rank of all the students. All India rank would not have disclosed identity, one. Two, they have not given the seriatim because of the examination center. We would have been able to find out from one room how many plus 700, how many.
They've given center-wise and
They have
city-wise.
center-wise, city-wise. They have not given, because that was a seriatim is missing. I'm not making fuss on it, I'm just bringing it to my Lord's kind notice. That they have withheld all India rank and they have withheld serial number of the examination center. They have given 5,000 PDFs in the name of data declaring result. Anyhow, we have tried to analyze it. What I find, the last point, when I demonstrated before this honorable court that the question paper was being ferried in an e-rickshaw, there was an objection taken that it was only OMR and not the question paper. This was the response. Verified it, There is a testing booklet which each student get in the examination hall.
Question paper was ferried in an e-rickshaw, no doubt about it. That photograph, according to them, is not of the question paper, but of the OMR. But the fact that the question paper was ferried in the e-rickshaw is also now it is an established fact. No difference.
Because
at one center. But the photograph which was claimed to be a photograph of the test paper is not of the test paper, but that's a little nuance, that's all.
The only thing I want to point out, this e-rickshaw, because as per the news item, and there is an arrest of the principal of this Oasis school, the investigation. I'm not going into, I'm just tying up.
We will deal with when we look at what steps should be taken for the future.
Correct.
Let's now concentrate on the heart of the matter.
Perfect.
We have given you an opportunity to.
I'm so grateful, Milord, and we have been able to.
What emerges from the center-wise and the city-wise data.
Yes, I'm straight away coming to that.
Yes.
Milord, basically, I have now threefold submissions.
Have you prepared a note or something which will...
Milord, we have submitted a second supplementary note.
That's on the basis of the data, right?
That's on the basis of data and my subsequent points.
Milord. Let's just
but Milord, allow me, Milord, without referring to that note, Milord, allow me to sum it up first. In two parts. One is the leak part, and the other is the dominant argument, Milord, even more dominant than the leak part, which they say is a breach, is that their manner of conducting the entire examination is so brittle that it does not inspire confidence at all. At every stage, there is a breach. And there is a possibility of breach. That's the second limb of my argument. But summing up on my first limb, that it is a case of a paper leak. I just say, Milord, they admit paper leak. They admit the dissemination happened on WhatsApp. I'm just going by their admission. Now the Bihar police material collected report is before this honorable court. I'm sure 161 statement which we have placed on record are the same, which indicate Bihar police's case, because any police recording 161 statement and indicating that the paper was sold and the students were made to learn those answers was 4th of May, not 5th of May. So this is what the Bihar police investigation, which I'm banking upon to say, that leak is not happening on 5th of May morning as is being suggested, but the leak is happening prior to the deposit of question papers with the respective banks.
What they're trying to say is, guys, as per the last hearing, they said leak happened on the same day. But here they are mentioning leak happened one day before the examination.
To the bank, that is 3rd or prior to 3rd. And their suggestion that it happened on 5th morning is hard to believe and contrary to the investigation report of Bihar Police. And lastly, this is the handiwork of a gang which has been indulging into paper leak even previously. This Sanjeev Mukhia and the other gangs which have not even been arrested despite all this thing. So it is not some peon went into the question paper room and sneaked one paper out or had a click and it was locally done for 4, 5, 10 students. No, handiwork of a gang.
So here they are trying to say is, what they are trying to say is paper leak did not happen on 5th of May. It happened before, prior to that. Now let's see what kind of proofs they have exactly. And all what this advocate is saying is completely blaming everything on NTA.
Bihar Police was placed before us all material collected, meaning thereby all statements, all recovery of documents, case diary, and then the report.
Guys, still now only one point. What is that? That is paper leak did not happen on the day of the examination. What they are trying to say is, what the advocate is trying to say. Okay? He is coming up with the argument that paper leak happened before that on maybe 4th or 3rd, right? And if that is something which would have happened, then it can be the mass leak. But there is no proof yet. It is just the argument. It is just the argument till now. Even I hope the same. I hope this is the last hearing today, right? And we come to the conclusion. I hope the same. And I'm pretty much sure that today there are maximum chances that final verdict is going to come. And this mute and unmute thing, this keeps on happening, right? So you leave it. Yeah, I'll keep on. And few minutes back only, I posted one video. I hope you guys saw that. I posted one video few minutes back, and as per that video, again there are some chance of discrepancy.
Referring to the 161 statement which was recorded by the Bihar police.
Correct.
Can you just give us two statements so that we track it? We have the record here.
Yes, yes, I will very quickly do this, Milord. This was 161 statement we had filed.
First note material.
In the first note, yes, I will. Yes, Milord. Milord, first statement is Anurag Yadav.
113 of the Bihar compilation.
It says 4th of May. And then Nitesh Kumar.
Statement is that?
Anurag Yadav, Milord.
Anurag Yadav.
Yes, this is the first statement, Anurag Yadav, son of Sanjeev Kumar.
Guys, just be active in the chats. I'll be continuously letting you know all the things in the chats also. Yes, exactly. There was one student who was scoring minus 180. Even I saw that. Minus 180. Yeah, that must be the legend for sure. This one who's scoring minus 180. First of all, is minus 180 possible? Just use your brain a bit. Is minus 180 possible? See, right now we cannot say anything about whether re-NEET will happen or not. See, majority chances are re-NEET is not going to happen, which I've been telling you from day one. That does not mean I'm on the NTA side or something, right? Okay, so I hope that this time it's going to be the final verdict from the Supreme Court, right? So that we can come out of this dilemma, whether re-NEET or not, etc., etc. See, guys, conducting NEET again, it is not easy. Why don't you understand? It is not easy. But we just want the reality to come to us, right? So that students can either start preparing for NEET 2025 or whatever will happen. So in between, they are muting it, right? We won't be able to listen to any conversation. That is just the conversation between the judges. At that point of time, they mute it. What exactly are you in favor of? Are you guys in favor of NEET or re-NEET? Like, I fail to understand. Can you let me know in the chats whether you are in the favor of NEET or re-NEET? Just write NEET.
There are four people, four statements. Can understand it.
First statement क्या है?
Anurag Yadav. Then the next is Nitish Kumar.
One second.
Nitish Kumar, son of late Siaram Prasad.
One second. Just help us, which is that page in the compilation of Nitish Kumar's statements? Because they don't have the case diary. Actually.
Yes, I'll just. If I can give the other name in the meantime, Amit Anand and Sikandar Prasad.
Amit Anand
And Sikandar Prasad.
and Sikandar Prasad.
Yes. These 161 statement indicate that the leak is much prior to the examination.
One second, we are just going through those statements. Please,
Is at page 92.
page 88.
The answer.
Anurag Yadav 131.
We are waiting for the statement of, I hope you remember there was a guy, Sikandar, namely, who was involved from day one in the paper leak, right? They are just looking for his statement first. The problem is not here basically. I mean, they are just muting themselves in between. While the judges are talking, right? They mute the system at that point of time. That is the reason the voice is not coming right now. Okay? And guys, it's evident. See, if paper leak has happened on a mass level, which will get to know, right? If the leak happened on the mass level, then definitely there should be re-NEET. If it has happened only in the selected regions, isolated regions, then there should not be any re-NEET. Okay? This is the conclusion. This is the conclusion. And today, for sure, you're going to get to know about it. Right? Because they cannot defer the process all the time, right? I think all the data what Supreme Court needs, every data has been provided. Let's hope for the best. Okay, let's hope for the best. But if you ask me, I'll say re-NEET is very difficult to happen. It is very, very, very difficult to happen. Okay, still, let's hope for the best. NCM, glad to know that. Glad to know that you got 175.
130. Page 134.
What is that? Who is the Unacademy?
Yes. And Amit Anand is 132.
132.
Yes. 131 is my mistake. Anurag Yadav we are finding out. 132 is Amit Anand. And relevant, lordships may go through the entire.
So Thursday is Abhi Sikandar Prasad.
Yes, that's my mistake, my lord. I'm just trying to find out. Next is, my lord, 132 is Amit Anand. I'm finding out, my lord, the. At 133 bottom, possibly your lordships will get the relevant part of Amit Anand.
Will there be re-NEET, sir? Just wait. We'll get to know. Just wait, we'll get to know. Someone is saying, I got 800 in re-NEET. Amazing. Good. Good. Yes, there's a proposal basically going on. Like NEET examination from the year 2025 can happen maybe 2 times a year. I mean, sorry, not 2 times a year. It will happen in 2 phases, right? I think I already posted a video on that. You have got JEE Mains, JEE Advanced in a similar way. It can be NEET prelims and NEET Mains. But that's good. That's good. Glad to know that, Harish, you got 180. Glad to know that. No, it's not confirmed yet that the NEET will happen in two phases. Not confirmed yet. It was the basically article on Times of India, right? It was the article on Times of India, and we'll get its information sooner. By the way, the people watching me right now, what was your score exactly in the NEET examination? Can you write your scores in the chats? I just want to know how much you guys scored. What was your exact score? And do not bluff, write your actual scores. Just write down your actual scores in the chats. I just want to know. So majority of the students watching us right now, they are in that zone only. 610, 620, 630, etc. And okay. All right. So getting, I mean, this 627, 637, still, I'm pretty much sure you guys won't be knowing whether you'll be going to the college or not. Yeah. And that's the worst feeling. I can get it. I can get it. That's the worst feeling. Let's hope for the best, guys. Let's see what will be the final decision, which will be, I'm pretty much sure, for the betterment of all. Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
Page 132 is Amit Anand. Yeah. Amit Anand, my lord, is a middleman. Just to give the context so that your lordships can read the paper, read the statement in the context. But please see 133 at the bottom, some 10th line. उसे आप परीक्षा में पास करा दीजिए. Your lordship gets one? Yeah. He was collecting the students on the night of 4th so that he gets the papers on 5th, which is coming in Nitish Kumar's statement. Nitish Kumar was at the place where he received the paper in the morning and students were asked to memorize. 134 is Nitish. Just see page 88. It is Anand's first statement. 88 minutes? 88. Yes. Let's see page 89 about the last 10-15 lines. This beach. Got it? Ici beach. Okay. 89. About say 12 lines on the bottom. Yes. Ici beach. Last 3 words in that sentence. On that line. Ici beach. नीट का परीक्षा आ गया था. So बताया कि चारों लड़कों को possibly this is the FIR, not the statement. Right. तो मैंने संक्षिप्त वर्तमान अपराध की विस्तृत statement. This is Amit Anand's statement. Amit Anand, yes. तो मैंने बताया कि 4-5 के रात्रि में बुलाई है. Yes. यहाँ पर सिकंदर के द्वारा सभी चारों लड़कों को नीट परीक्षा का प्रश्न पत्र लीक करवाकर सभी बच्चों को उत्तर के साथ पढ़वाया एवं रटवाया जा रहा है. रात्रि में बुलाइए, नहीं, रात्रि में बुलाइए. Call them. इसी बीच नीट का परीक्षा आ गया था। सिकंदर यादवेंद्र द्वारा बताया गया कि चारों लड़का को कल बुलाए, तो मैंने बताया कि 4/5/24 की रात्रि में बुलाइए, जहां पर सिकंदर यादवेंद्र के द्वारा सभी चारों लड़कों को नीट परीक्षा का प्रश्न पत्र लीक करवाकर सभी बच्चों को उत्तर के साथ पढ़वाया एवं रटवाया जा रहा था।
This indicates that the students were being asked to memorize on the night of the 4th, which means that the leak had occurred prior to the 4th.
Would your lordship?
And now just see page 92. Just see page 92.
Yes.
This is the statement of Nitish Kumar.
The Nitish Kumar statement, my lord, at page 134 में kindly be say.
So we just see page 92. This is a fresh statement.
Yes.
बीच में
Yes.
बातचीत के क्रम में
समय बातचीत, यस, सोरेन से बताया कि मेरे पास भी लड़का है जिसे आप परीक्षा में पास करा दीजिए, नीट की तैयारी कर रहे हैं, उसके बदले में तथा अमित आनंद बताया कि 30 रुपया लगेगा, तैयार हो गया। बताया कि 4 लड़का हम आप देंगे। नीट परीक्षा से एक दिन पूर्व के संध्या में मैं चिंटू एवं पिंटू मतलब 2 एक्यूज तथा आशुतोष मिलकर लर्नेड प्ले स्कूल में नीट की परीक्षा के लिए आए अभ्यर्थियों को नीट का प्रश्न उत्तर सहित रटवाने लगा। प्रश्न पत्र चिंटू के मोबाइल नंबर 100 पर आया था, जिसे अभ्यर्थियों को उत्तर सहित रटवाया दिया गया था तथा परीक्षा समाप्ति के बाद काम हो जाने पर मैं 100 के लीक प्रश्न पत्र को के छत पर पानी टंकी के बगल में साक्ष्य मिटाने हेतु आग लगा दिया। इस परीक्षा में मेरे पास कुल 13 अभ्यर्थी थे, जिसे मैंने नीट का प्रश्न पत्र उत्तर सहित रटवाया था। नाउ प्लीज सी माय लॉर्ड 132 134 नीतीश कुमार। अंदर गया था वो कौन सा?
Guys, they are seeing basically the recordings which were given by the arrested ones. If they just want to see whether the leak happened on 4th, 5th, or prior to that, or before that. And that can be one strong point by means of which they can conclude what is going to happen the next. They are just comparing the statements given by the ones who were basically arrested related to the paper leak. Their main agenda right now is to get to know whether the paper was leaked before 5th, on 5th, on 4th, on 3rd, and accordingly they can predict maybe whether it was a mass leak or not. Because if the paper got leaked before, like assume that paper got leaked on 1st of May, right? Then in 5 days, definitely it would have been a mass leak. Well, right now we cannot conclude whether it's going to be Re-NEET or not. We cannot conclude. Okay, you cannot conclude right now. You just have to wait. The final verdict will come today, for sure. Glad to know that Arvind, you scored 175 out of 180 by just watching my YouTube lectures.
Just your lordship, my lord, because your lordship will get the context. Thereafter, my lord, it was transferred to EOU. Kindly have a look at, my lord, page 132. Amit Anand's statement recorded by EOU. It's more elaborate and a little more in-depth. Your lordship gets, my lord, 132.
At the last word on page 131.
Yes.
दिनांक 4/5 को उनके साला व पत्नी रीना देवी तथा साला स्वयं सो जिन्होंने गेस्ट हाउस में रुकवा दिया.
Yes. They all gathered at night, my lord. That is true.
पूर्व निर्धारित योजना अनुसार दिनांक 4/5 को रात्रि में उक्त चारों अभ्यर्थियों को सगुना मोड़ खगोल रोड में अमित आनंद व एवं नीतीश कुमार को नीट 2024 परीक्षा में आने वाले प्रश्नोत्तर हटवाने के लिए सौंप दिए थे.
They were handed over. You get them memorized.
Investigation is botched up by the stand being taken by Government of India, my lord. The matter is under investigation. The kind of stand being taken.
Don't take it Government of India. I am answerable to these students. I am answerable to other students. And more, I am answerable to the court. Well, let us not do it like this.
We are just analyzing these statements.
Yes, my lord, all of them were gathered.
Amit Anand seems to be suggesting that the leaked question papers were given to the students for memorization on the night of the 4th.
No, looks. What happens is, what actually happened during the CBI investigation is, all students were gathered and put at a particular place so as to enable them to memorize as and when the paper is available, which comes, my lord, from the statement of Amit Anand. My lord, please read statement of Amit Anand. Your lordships are on page 132. Lord, I am just reading the bare facts. I am not, my lord, taking any stand. Page 132, Amit Anand, my lords. And thereafter, Nitish Kumar. And they are giving statements when they were not obviously aware that this would be scrutinized by the court. So this is a first-hand account.
Papers were purloined. The papers were purloined and then
Assistance may be incomplete. That's all I am saying. Kindly report. Second report. Para 98. But before that, would your lordships accept my request of reading two more statements from EOU? In this context, please read the report. It would be an incomplete picture in your lordship's mind.
Just keep that page in 1 minute.
132.
Please,
Lord, para 97 onwards, in the second report, your lordships would find assistance, Lord, for this particular part.
Solicitor, you just look at now those two statements you were saying, telling us again.
132 minutes.
132.
That's my lord, in the Bihar police statement, a statement recorded by EOU. Initially, it was local police, transferred to economic offences wing. There, my lord, it is a little more detailed. Page 132 at the foot.
That is Amit Anand.
Amit Anand, yes, my lord, his statement. Kindly come to the next page, 133. I am, my lord, skipping what is not relevant either way for the present purpose, my lord. Kindly see from the 10th line, somewhere 10th line from the bottom. इस पर सिकंदर प्रसाद यादवेंदु बोले, your lordship gets, my lord, some कि उनके पास भी 4-5 लड़का है जो परीक्षा देने वाले हैं, उसे आप परीक्षा में पास करा दीजिए, इसके बदले में स्वयं वे बताए कि 4 लड़का हम आपको देंगे। ये नो काइंडली सी दिस मतलब ये दिनांक 4/5/24 को रात्रि में सिकंदर प्रसाद यादवेंदु से उन 4 अभ्यर्थियों का सो से प्राप्त किए तथा अपने कार से चारों को लेकर नीतीश कुमार के पास न्यू बाईपास चले गए। प्लीज मार्क दिस। नीतीश कुमार अपने एवं उनके अन्य अभ्यर्थियों को लेकर लर्नेड बॉयज स्कूल एवं सो में लेकर चला गया, जहां पर सभी विद्यार्थियों को अगले दिन करीब 10 बजे नीट का प्रश्न उत्तर सहित रटवा दिया गया। 10 बजे। नाउ प्लीज सी, ये भी अपने परीक्षार्थी एवं अन्य परीक्षार्थी तथा सिकंदर प्रसाद के साथ परीक्षा केंद्रों पर घूम कर सभी को सेंटर पर पहुंचा दिए और अपने फ्लैट पर पहुंच गए और खाना खाए एटसेट्रा। काइंडली सी द नेक्स्ट स्टेटमेंट ऑफ नीतीश कुमार. Nitish Kumar is the person who not only brings students, he was at that school, Learn Boys School. But your lordships can come to page 134, 7 lines from the bottom. उसके बाद दिनांक 4/5 your lordship gets page 134. I can read the whole, but it may not assist either way. For this particular purpose of date, my lord. Does your lordship get the date? उसके बाद दिनांक 4/5 को रात्रि में अमित आनंद द्वारा सेटिंग किए गए 6 लड़के जो अमित ने मुझे नई बाईपास अपने कार से लाकर दे दिए थे, सिकंदर प्रसाद यादवेंद्र के 4 लड़के तथा अमित आनंद के 2 लड़के को लर्न बॉय हॉस्टल एवं लर्न बॉय स्कूल जो रामाकृष्ण नगर में है पर लेकर गया। वहां सभी लड़कों को चिंटू उर्फ बलदेव कुमार पिता सो गांव सो एवं सो को हैंडओवर कर दिए। इनसे इनकी बात सो के मोबाइल नंबर सो पर होती रही। यह हॉस्टल एवं स्कूल आशुतोष कुमार द्वारा किराए पर लिया हुआ है। आशुतोष कुमार इज द ओनर ऑफ दैट पर्टिकुलर प्रीमाइसेस वेयर दिस हैपेंड, जिसने इनका संपर्क सो के माध्यम से इसी काम से लिए हुआ था ना। नाउ रीड दिस, जिसे चिंटू उर्फ सो ने एक दिन के लिए सेट किया था और आशुतोष कुमार से मोटे रकम में हिस्सेदारी की बात की थी। दिनांक 5/5 को चिंटू के मोबाइल के व्हाट्सएप पर
statements 88 and 132 are at variance.
At variance.
88, he says that the leak had taken place on the night of the 4th, when the question paper was given to these candidates for memorization. 132, he says that it was received on the mobile of Chintu in the morning on the 5th, and then was given to the students as rata lagane ke liye diya tha. So Amit Anand's 2 statements are a little at variance.
Amit Anand's first
and Nitish is also at variance, but Nitish's first statement is also 4th night. Like
But Milord,
All
yes,
first statements seem to indicate that the leak takes place on the night of the 4th.
but I must tell your lordships, Milord, on
The
the
question is, how was this confined to Learned Boys High School? Was it confined to Hazaribagh?
I'll answer that, Milord, when my turn comes.
That's what
But Milord, kindly appreciate this.
Solicitor, because the line which we are following of inquiry is, if the leak has taken place on the night of the 4th, then obviously the leak has not taken, it wouldn't take place from the strong room of SBI or Canara Bank. Nobody can access the strong room. Then obviously the leak took place not in the process of the papers being transferred to the examination center, but it takes place at a prior point of time, prior to the storage in the vault.
Which we have examined and found to be every thing to be intact, I'll be able to show. But please see, Milord, statement of Chintu at page 236.
Two of the problem solvers are at least 7. All problem solvers are students. None of them is a professor. Nobody is of that level of an expert. They're all students.
I was told that for this work, professors, the students are better qualified because they have recently prepared everything. They have the computer with them. They have books with them.
They are from AIMS Patna. One is from Ranchi, and 2 are brought from Rajasthan.
Now, what is done is
brought from Rajasthan.
That is not under investigation, my lord, because maybe there is some personal linkage or something. But what they did was they bifurcated the papers. So each got 25 to 30 questions each. And they had 1 hour. So 25 to 30 questions with a reasonable knowledge and with help of computer and books you can always solve.
Now what we do is,
and we have also, my lord, kindly bear one factor in mind. We have done an exercise after the last hearing as to what is the success rate in this particular center, this particular city and overall state, and we compared it with 22 and 23. There is no abnormality. Even in this, which I'll be able to show. And my lord, kindly 236, my lord, page,
now show us the
page 236, the last one.
Then we have completed.
Lord, 236.
This is Chintu's.
Yes, Chintu Baldev Kumar, my lord, at the last my lord, para. Dinank 5/5.
Is there an earlier statement of Chintu also?
Chintu, no. No, he was arrested only on that day by the EOI. He was not arrested by local police. So there is only one statement. You must be having our statement. We have our statement recorded after.
Method come to page 229.
229 minutes.
Statement of Chintu. This is also a statement of Chintu.
The same statement minutes.
Is it in continuation?
Is it?
This.
But it's the same statement. I don't know why they have repeated.
It ends at 232.
Yes, my lord. And if your lordship sees, my lord, page 231.
Read the second paragraph.
231, my lords?
Yes.
Yes. My lord, the same is I was showing at 236. So it appears to be a repetition. But I'll read, my lord, from 231, my lord, as your lordships have seen. दिनांक 5/5/24 को 9 बजे प्रातः तक करीब 24-25 नीट यूजी 2000 परीक्षा देने वाले अभ्यर्थी वहां पर जमा हो गए थे। मैं पीने वाला पानी का बोतल भी वहां गाड़ी से पहुंचाया था। दिन के करीब 10 बजे रॉकी ने मेरे पास मौजूद नए मोबाइल पर सॉल्व किया हुआ प्रश्न पत्र भेजा। मामा संजीव एवं रॉकी के गिरोह के एक लड़के ने मुझे वाईफाई प्रिंटर दिया था, जिसे नीतीश कुमार द्वारा लर्न प्ले स्कूल छपरा के रूम में सेट किया गया था। सो एंड सो द्वारा भी एक वाईफाई प्रिंटर दिया गया था। सबसे पहले सो एंड सो का सॉल्व किया हुआ प्रश्न पत्र मिला, जिसे हमें लोगों ने मोबाइल को वाईफाई प्रिंटर से कनेक्ट कर सॉल्व कर दिया। as and when they started solving the papers, they started giving. It was not given in one go. First was biology. कनेक्ट कर सॉल्व किया हुआ प्रश्न पत्र का प्रिंट निकाला और उपस्थित सभी अभ्यर्थी को सॉल्व किया हुआ प्रश्न पत्र का प्रिंट रखने के लिए दिया गया. इसके बाद फिजिक्स और केमिस्ट्री का सॉल्व किया हुआ प्रश्न पत्र एक साथ मिला.
Guys, I hope you're understanding what they are trying to say. They are reading all the statements from the people who have been arrested, right? The ones who were involved in the paper leak case. The first point is, which is right now being argued, whether the paper was leaked on 5th or before that, right? And how exactly it happened. They are reading all the statements from the people again, right? They are reading out all the statements again, just to come to the final conclusion.
You can show us the data which you have now. What do you have to say on the basis of the data?
Yes,
all India data or whatever. We have all India data.
I will show.
But we'll hear them on the response on the data.
Lord, allow me first, Lord, just give their
only 236. Manoj, this is Pardiwala's, Lord. 236, which I was reading, is the same which your lordships.
They're identical.
They're identical. Manoj, I do not know why they are two similar statements.
Please read Anurag Yadav is the only student. All the other people are members of the gang. Anurag Yadav's first statement.
We've read Anurag. We've read Anurag Yadav's.
Might read 131.
We have got that at page 131.
Lord,
Anurag Yadav says, I got it on the night of the 4th.
Yes.
But now, anyway, we still have to see whether it's localized, assuming for a moment, that the theory that the paper was distributed, that the solved question papers were made available at about 10:15, and between 9:20 and 10:15, these 7 chaps solved all the questions and gave them to the school. Assume that we for a moment we may not entirely accept that. We have to hear the other side. Even so, is the leak systemic or is it only confined to Hazaribagh and Patna? That you have to establish something on the basis of data.
Yes, Lord.
Show us now what the data tells you.
Lord, before I come to data,
up to now, we are only focused on Hazaribagh and Patna, right? Whether the leak takes place in the morning of the 5th, as CBI is telling us, whether it took place in the morning on the night of the 4th, and therefore the leak took place before lodging in the vault. How widespread is it? We don't have any other material apart from this that you have shown us. To indicate that the leak was so widespread that it had gone all over the country. Now show us the data which will
allow me, Lord, just 4 or 5 minutes before I come to the data. Lord, because between the last date and today, we have got a lot of information that how actually this exam is being conducted by this NTA. Lord, very briefly, Lord, because
assuming that the examination should be conducted in a much better way.
I'm not on that, Lord.
That way, we will see what they are doing, Lord, for the future.
Why a particular data is as such. Just give me 2-3 minutes, Lord, before that. Lord, NDA, Lord, on the first date, this Honorable Court put it to them. Give us the complete chart that where the printing happened, how much time printing, how much time it reached the center, then where deposited, what time it was taken out, taken to the center, how much time is the examination.
As we find out now, printing takes place, the CBI third report tells us where printing took place.
At 2 places, different states, and they are never declared or tendered.
We don't want to mention that because because obviously that will.
We don't also tender because otherwise the highest tenderer becomes open. But that he is the printer. Whoever is the highest tenderer becomes the printer.
From CBI's third report, we find out the name of one place where the printing press was situated, where it says 28 April, it had left that printing.
If your lordships, I'll take your lordship through the journey of the papers from the printing press till the school, and what are the checks and balances on real-time basis. That there is some tempering, it would be noticed.
That I'll be able to show. Let me very briefly capture that. 24th of April, they say that the dispatch happens to different centers. So far as Hazaribagh is concerned, 28th of April. Everywhere, the question paper was to reach the respective banks on 3rd of May. And 5th of May is the examination. So the question paper remained in private hands for fairly long time. From 24th of April till 3rd of May. I leave it there, Lord. They say that from everywhere, the center in charge will go to the bank in the morning. Lord, I'm showing the mechanism and how brittle and fragile the mechanism is, that the entire mechanism which they have followed.
Just give us the facts.
Yes. Now, in the morning, they say 8:15, the center in charge of the examination will reach the bank to collect the paper. What has actually happened, which is the documents on record, taking example of Dayal School Bahadurgarh Jhajjar, Dayal School Bahadurgarh Jhajjar, the principal of the center goes to both the banks, collect papers from both the banks, distributes the paper taken from Canara Bank. Paper taken from Canara Bank is allowed to be attempted for all 3 hours and 20 minutes. And then they say that we over and above, because on 4th of April, they did not declare any other key except the key for SBI bank question paper. When it appeared that from this Hardayal School Jhajjar, there are 6 candidates who get number 1, 100% marks, 720 out of 720. 2 candidates get 719 and 718. So it came out that how come from this center 8 people comes within first 69 and this number is not possible. NTA came out with a theory that no, we have given a grace marks because there is a delay. I have seen the video of the principal of this Hardayal school, which says, and it is openable even now, which says that there was no delay in this center. In fact, we distributed Canara Bank paper when it was already half an hour.
The correct set was to be the SBI paper.
Correct. That's right. That's right. And they declared entire country.
It's not everywhere.
Entire country.
Entire country was SBA. Yes, Your Lordship, sir.
Of course, different configurations, as Brother Mishra said, because the questions will be jumbled up.
Yeah. Even in the one classroom.
Yeah. Obviously.
In one classroom also.
Sitting next to each other can't know which is the order.
Which is the order. You know, one of the things which is going on in the social media is that 2 numbers sitting with each other, both got 600 marks. How is it possible? But both would have, the system is that both sitting in front and back and both sitting on the sides, they have different numbers.
Not the same order of
they don't have. My question number 1 would be his question number 18.
That in the
so we can't even do that. Orthodox way of cheating also is not possible.
Place the hard facts how they have done it. So Hardayal school, admittedly, they distributed Canara Bank. The Canara Bank question paper was attempted by all the about 500 people in the center.
How long?
For till 5:20 is the last time.
Oh.
There's no delay. The principal is on record of the school and they say...
So it's not that in the middle of the exam they substitute the SBI.
No, that happened Savai Madhopur. I'll come to that. All school, Canara Bank paper was given. In the first instance, when Canara Bank paper was not to be the paper to be attempted, how come it was even given to them? What is the SOP? How meticulously they followed it, what they say. And the principal got question paper from both the banks, and both banks gave it.
Again, Mr. Solicitor, just since little bit of query on the procedural. One set is lodged with Can Bank, one is with SBI. Now, the center in charge on the morning of the exam goes to both the banks and takes the question. Then
the city in charge is informed that this is the bank from where you will have to collect the paper.
Let's see, inform the day of the exam.
In the morning at 7 o'clock.
So the city in charge will inform all the centers in charge in the morning that you have to go to this particular
center.
Now, how did this chap at Jhajjar go and collect it from Canara Bank when he must have been told that you have to go to the SBI to collect the paper?
That may be a mistake or something. Or deliberate. But paper was...
Now, Jhajjar, we just wanted some clarity on Jhajjar. he collects the paper from the Canara Bank.
Correct, my lord.
Students write throughout the 3 hours and 20 minutes, they write the Canara Bank sets of questions. Right? Now, thereafter, what happens in Judger? Everybody is given grace mark. What happens in Judger?
But what they say is because they never disclose key for Canara Bank paper.
1 second, let's have clarity. We can ask for-
Yes, my lord, my learned champion.
Let's
Just 1 second. He has his instructions. Let's get the official version first. For Judger,
yes, let's.
what happened exactly in Judger?
It's, Judger was a new center. Your lordships are aware the number of candidates have increased. As a result whereof, we have to increase the number of centers also and city coordinators also. This place was added for the first time in 2024 as an examination center. Perhaps the city coordinator must not have seen the message that you have to pick it up from this place. As a result whereof, this happened to be picked up from both the places.
But are the banks not informed that, look, don't release the Can Bank paper to anybody, release only the State Bank of India paper? Because the vault in charge has to be informed that आपको paper surrender करना है आज, आपको distribute करना है.
Authorization is given,
because the NTA would inform the city in charge.
Yes.
City in charge will relay the message to the center in charge.
Yes.
But will a message not go to the bank also that, all right, Can Bank आपको अपने लॉकर में ही रखना है, State Bank of India का जो पेपर है वो आपको डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करना है.
Goes to the bank. He also committed. It goes to
definitely go to the bank also. So how did this bloke at Judger, the center in charge, how did he go to Canara Bank and retrieve the Canara Bank paper?
That is a mistake on their part.
How is Canara Bank's mistake?
Not both minutes at both places. City coordinator.
So anyway, so the Judger in charge gets the center in charge gets the Canara Bank paper.
Yes, please.
That is distributed to the candidates. And the candidates write the entire exam for 3 hours, 20 minutes on the Can Bank paper.
Lordship. And this is at 8 centers. The number of such candidates who got Canara Bank paper is 3,307. And their sequence is MNOP. And we have used the...
So at Judger, how many there are 8 centers?
8 centers.
And everywhere they...
all over India.
All over India, not...
All over India, it has happened at 8 centers.
All over India?
All over India. Some places, like Chhattisgarh, your lordships came to know.
With the wrong question paper.
Yes, not confined to Judger.
Papers, my lord, are of the same difficulty level. It's not as if one is simpler and another.
At 8 centers, the wrong booklet was distributed.
Yes, please.
Which was the Can Bank booklet.
Yes, please. Only two booklets are available. There is
Then what happened in Judger? Then the students wrote the whole of the paper for 3 hours, 20 minutes of Judger.
Because of the situation, that it could not be discovered by them that we have distributed a wrong paper. How it came to the knowledge much later, as a result whereof it was considered.
Then
more
happened?
appropriate.
Then what happened?
How they it was considered more appropriate to allow them to attempt this question paper only. First they gave
But
grace mark.
we are just understanding what happened. So the students are allowed, they appeared for the entire examination in the
Yes, on the basis of Canara Bank question paper.
then
And the difficulty level of this question, both the papers because anyone can be distributed, are modulated by the experts to be of the same level.
now, where was the occasion to give totally how many students at these 8 centers?
8 centers, total number of students is 3,307.
Now, initially NTA takes a decision to award grace marks to those.
No, it's only after it came to be realized that some places the loss of time was there. Only then the decision was taken.
Loss of time means what?
After realizing when the complaints are there, students approach the honorable courts also saying that because of wrong distribution of paper, we could not avail the exact number of exact time which is available to the others.
Why? Because students had appeared for the full 3 hours, 20 minutes. It is not as if that the correct paper was circulated midway through the exam. Suppose sometimes what happens is that the incorrect paper is given. Instead of algebra, you give the English paper. By the time the algebra paper comes, half an hour has gone by. Students were never given the SBI paper at these 8 centers. They were given only the Can Bank paper.
At Jhajjar, this happened. At some places, this was withdrawn and correct paper was also given. There are centers where this happened, like in Chhattisgarh.
How many centers was how many centers was the incorrect question paper withdrawn?
I am appearing for NT also. I am appearing for both.
At how many centers was the incorrect question paper withdrawn?
That's all. In some centers, even after realizing that instead of Canara, SBI is given, or
they continue to write.
They continue to write, and 3 hours, 20 minutes time allotted was given. So we are not concerned with that. In some cases,
they withdrew that.
They withdrew it halfway and said that now we are giving you another. Because
how many centers did that have?
That figure is not 1, 3.
I'll come to Savai Madhupur. That's an isolation.
My lord, still in 13th of the my lord, they come up with how these make up of Savai Madhupur. Then stand to estimate to 1563 as per the law.
Well, I'll come to all that. Lord, if they can respond to
these students were such that we, as per our examination, that the papers were taken back halfway, and they were asked to complete the new paper within that 320 minutes.
Lord, they are attempt that only Canara Bank. Lord, halfway this is a different story. Lord, halfway is a different story. First is the Canara Bank.
At 8 centers, we found that wrong booklet was distributed. Not all these 8 centers, the students complete the examination only in the Canara Bank booklet.
Yes, how many?
Canara Bank only minutes.
8 centers. 8 centers, right?
Yes, we will further bifurcate.
Now tell us, how many centers apart from these 8 was the wrong booklet withdrawn and the correct booklet given to the students?
We'll give the correct number of that also.
Yeah, just ask.
We'll bifurcate. Yes,
just sit down and ask the problem.
If in the meantime I can.
Just 1 second with them. We'll also have a little break for 10 seconds.
Please. कुछ निकल रहा है
Guys, there is no conclusion.
According
There's
to
just
Judge,
hearing.
I received the instructions.
Just hearing is going on, that's it.
Judger has 3 centers.
Yes.
In one, the entire Canara paper was attempted and nobody disturbed the students thereafter. In remaining 2, realizing the mistake, the paper was taken back halfway and new paper was given. And therefore they said that we did not get sufficient time, which was true.
Right. Now, why were the grace marks added then?
Initially, my lord, it was decided, which according to me, my lord, was not a very correct decision, that there is some judgment of your lordships in case of a null clat, my lord. That if there is a time problem, if the time is less, time available to the student is less, then this is the methodology by which you give the grace marks. That grace marks were given. Thereafter, my lord, that decision was
recalled in a retest, was it?
Yes, that was those who did not get the time will get a new paper and new 3 hour 20 minutes.
Now, that retest was held for 1563 students.
Yes.
Now, these 1563 students were drawn from which center?
Lord, wherever there was a time gap.
Page 19 of
Retest is held, that really now, that really doesn't provide.
There are 2-3 things into it. One, why grace marks to the students who attempted Canara Bank paper? Why grace marks? On 4th of June, they were granted, on 4th of June, they declared only one key. That is the SBI Bank question paper key. There was no Canara Bank paper key.
Okay, so 1 second.
How they evaluated those people without declaring a key?
Now this grace mark was given initially to whom?
Grace mark was given to the center numbers, which we have given the time number also, which is 1.
Was the grace mark given to only those who had to give, who got the SBI paper in the midstream, or what happened?
The grace marks were given only to those persons from whom the paper was initially given, which was withdrawn, and subsequently given the correct paper.
Right.
That is all. In some.
Now, what happened to those students who appeared in the wrong paper, the Can Bank paper?
Their marks were given on the basis of the answer key of their sequence paper.
And they were not made to have the reading?
No, no.
Level of difficulty is now, so therefore the grace marks were given only to those whose papers were withdrawn and given the because they couldn't complete the
which
paper.
We counted as 1563.
Which you counted as 1563.
Based upon reports of city coordinators and CCTV footage.
Not available.
There were 8 centers across the country where the wrong booklet was distributed.
Yes, minutes. And
Now those 8 centers includes the 3 in Jhajjar?
one of them at Jhajjar.
Two of them.
No, wrong distribution is.
Two of them.
Third was 100%
Distribution at
Two at Jhajjar. Yes, minutes.
Where the wrong booklet was distributed and then recalled.
Recalled and grace mark was given to those candidates.
Now, in the 8 centers across India, the same position that the center papers were withdrawn.
Even time was not sufficient and therefore grace mark. Out of 4750 centers, this occurred, my lord, in 8 centers. 4,750 the total number of centers throughout the country.
So 8, it happened that the wrong booklet was
the wrong booklet. My lord, whenever, for example, Jhajjar, out of 3, 1 they completed. They were not.
They have not been given a retake. They are being graded. So 1.
They are evaluated based on their answers, my lord.
It's actually incorrect. Let me clarify it. Another senior colleague gave 3,300 are the total student where the wrong booklet was given, withdrawn midway. No. And allowed to continue 3,000. Yes. It's they are 3,000 were allowed to continue. 3,300 they were wrong paper. They attempted the wrong question paper. Okay. 150. Yes. Now the next question comes is on 4th of June when they declared the result. On their website, they declared only one key. One key means only SBI. They didn't declare any other key. How they evaluated Canara Bank questions which was attempted and where is the separate result they declared for this 3,000 people who attempted Canara Bank paper?
Must have a key for Canara Bank also.
There is no key declared by them, my lord, till today. Let them show it today now.
Today.
No, not my lord. 1, 2.
All right. Now I'll tell you what. This is all okay. Now show us the data.
Let me complete it. Now in this Hardyal school, where originally there were 8 people who came.
At the end of it, assuming that the problem happened.
Data is circumstantial evidence.
They are looking at the entire country now. What's the data? I mean, that's the heart of the matter.
Lord, I will just allow me 2 minutes, Lord, because this.
You said 2 minutes, 11:25. We are not.
In the meantime, they start, Lord. Let me just quickly complete it. I was dealing with Hardyal school. Lord. Allow me to just to complete 2-3 sentences and then I'll straight away come to the data. Hardyal school, 500 students, they attempted Canara Bank paper. Just notice them, Lord, and let them respond at the end.
All right, we just Hardyal school. Jhajjar, no?
That's right, Bahadurgarh Jhajjar.
Yes.
Canara Bank paper. No Canara Bank paper key available till date. After re-examination, all the students were taken in the re-examination. Though there was no delay, admittedly, in distributing question paper.
So all the students at this Hardyal school have been required to do a re-examination.
And in the re-examination, about 50% of them appeared, 50% of them did not appear.
That's also very spooky. Why do 50% not appear?
That's right. Only 813 out of 1,563 in total appeared in the re-examination. That's also data.
Person who didn't appear got their original marks, opted to retain their original marks. That is the.
Now these 1563 are drawn from how many centers?
Lord, this they have not disclosed. They never disclose it, how many centers. They will answer it.
8 centers. From floor. And as my learning friend rightly pointed out, they were given an option to retain the earlier marks.
And all is being done behind the curtain. Nothing was declared. Every day they have been giving press release, but with regard to this, there is not a single press release.
things which, if you can ask, if you can just make a note of these 4 points, Mr. Solicitor and Mr. Kaushik.
Yes.
One, how many centers were Canara Bank papers distributed? At how many centers totally were Canara Bank question booklets distributed? 2. Out of those centers, at how many centers were the correct question booklets replaced?
Yes, please.
At how many centers were the correct question booklets replaced, namely of the State Bank of India?
Yes.
Third, how many centers totally where the questions which were evaluated were the Canara Bank paper, the Canara Bank booklets?
Yes.
Whether there were any centers which were evaluated on the basis of the Canara Bank booklet?
Yes.
All right.
How paper was evaluated?
The paper was evaluated. And fourth, once the Canara Bank papers were evaluated, how did the candidates fare there?
This is the key which they have ever declared till date. Canara Bank.
Why have you not declared the key of the Canara Bank papers?
Yes, please. Yes.
And finally, I want to know this, that before I formulate the question, suppose you and I go to Canara Bank or to State Bank of India and say, give me the question paper. You will not be given the question paper, right? How does CanBank know that I am the right person who is authorized to? So there has to be a letter of authorization.
It's identity.
Right?
Yes.
Now, who issues the letter of authorization?
Yes.
Letter of authorization is issued by the district in charge.
NT.
Director General NT.
Director General of NTA.
NTA to the city superintendent as well as centers coordinators.
Now, what does a person take to the bank? Suppose I am the center in charge.
Yes.
Will I have an authorization both for SBI and for CanBank, or I'll have only one authorization?
Yes.
Just ask that.
Yes.
City coordinator is authorized. I'm sorry. Only city coordinator is authorized, not centers. E-distribution.
City coordinator is authorized to go to one of the two banks.
Yes.
Now, therefore, that authorization is given to the city coordinator when? When is that given to him?
In advance.
But is the authorization given for both the banks or only one bank?
I think should be for both banks logically. For both the banks. Any from which bank? It is given, authorization is given 3 days prior to the exam.
For both the banks.
For both the banks. Then
the city coordinator.
He is informed in the morning that you go to one of these banks and collect.
Now, if the city coordinator, suppose city coordinator was told in the morning of the 5th that you have to go to SBI, right? Now that city coordinator would have all the centers in that city will be under his control, right? Now, did the city coordinator in this case at Jhajjar go to the CanBank and get CanBank papers which were then distributed to all the centers in his jurisdiction, or some centers got and some centers got...
that will have to be followed.
Collected
Actually, will correct.
Collected both.
Collected both.
Collected both.
How did the city center? How did the city coordinator collect both? I mean, city coordinator at Jhajjar, he should have gone only to SBI.
Only one bank.
Right?
Yes.
Now, he went to CanBank and he went to SBI both. Now, all the centers under him Did he distribute the Canbank question paper?
That's one center Canbank paper was distributed, which was allowed to be continued. Two centers, the question paper was distributed Canbank, but it was withdrawn and SBI was given, that resulting in loss of time.
All Canbanks distributed. Two of them realized the mistake and withdrew.
Who realized the mistake?
Yes, out of the center coordinator.
But the center coordinator will
not normally. No, we'll take a
Center superintendents are different. City coordinator is for all the three centers.
right. So at Judge, there were three centers.
Yes, please.
Right. So he distributed the Canbank paper to all three.
All three initially, and let's in from two it was withdrawn and correct question paper was distributed.
Then why did he not withdraw it from one?
That we'll have to ask.
If he realized that he has made a mistake, gone to all the three centers and said, "Look, I better give you the correct center." Why
Time lapse may be the only reason. It was realized at the other center. By that time, maybe the time gap had gone beyond the reasonable time.
That's an assumption.
Yes, yes. We will take specific instructions. We'll prepare a note on all these 6 questions minutes and.
You are right. Authorization will be given in advance. You can't give authorization in the morning. He's informed how? He's informed on his phone.
On what the minutes app, which is created for the purpose of coordination.
Who informs him?
There is an NTA app.
NTA will inform everyone across the country.
Yes, through the specific app created for this purpose of
that will be informed at 8 o'clock or so in the morning.
5 o'clock in the morning.
5 o'clock.
Yes. There is an application.
And he was informed with the SBI.
Yes, please.
He went to both.
Yes.
But is Canbank not informed that, look, your paper now don't distribute? Director General NTA would be informing the Canbank that, look, your paper is not to be distributed. And he would inform SBI that only your paper is to be distributed, right?
Message goes to both the custodian as well as the city coordinator.
Then how did Canbank distribute it?
Where the lapse has taken place, we'll find out minutes and
There appears to be a lapse.
Right.
Yes, the lapse is there. Lord, there is another blunder. Hardayal school, in the first instance, despite the Canara Bank paper was given, allowed to be attempted, they gave grace marks to the students who appeared in the Hardayal school, and because of grace marks, 2 of the 8 students who came in the first topper.
Hardayal school, where the Canbank paper was distributed.
Yes.
Students are given grace.
They gave grace marks, and the evidence of grace marks is out of the 2 students in the first 8 from the Hardayal school, they got 718 and 719 marks. When we questioned that how come anybody get this marks, they say it is because of grace marks. Otherwise, it's not possible.
So grace marks were given in Hardayal school.
Even for Hardayal school, because on 4th of June there was only 1 key.
So grace marks were given only for 1563 students, right?
Yes, for all students, Lord, I believe.
No, not students.
Thereafter, all these students were put in a re-examination. How, if Canara Bank paper was given and it was to be evaluated, where is the question of first giving them grace marks and then withdrawing the grace marks and putting them to again a retest?
It was a mistake which was corrected and retest. Now it's
they give a grace
for Canara Bank of the entire country.
Let them answer.
Why did you give grace marks to the Canara Bank students?
No, it was not given to the
Canara.
One second.
Whenever Canara paper
got
was
the grace mark? Which body of students got the grace mark?
wherever Canara Bank's paper, the wrong paper, I use it wrong paper, was initially given, taken back, and the new paper was given, resulting into the time not being available, grace marks were given.
So, do we understand you right? That grace marks were not given to those students who had appeared for the Canara Bank booklet, but who had completed the entire booklet.
Yes.
They were not given.
No, not given.
So grace marks were given to only those students to whom a wrong booklet was given and it was withdrawn. Is that right? Is that clarity?
Yes.
But I will falsify the stand just now. Their response to my note at page 19, they have reproduced a table where grace marks have been given. In that table, the center 230701 Haryana Jajjar Hardayal School, they say their grace marks have been given. Please check it. This is what they have filed before this honorable court. And 287
Hardyal school is a situation where students attempted only the Can-Bank paper.
correct. And they,
But did any student at Hardyal school get grace marks?
they got a grace marks. Lord. So this is how they have conducted.
1 second. Mr. Kaushik,
Yes, ma'am.
did students at Hardyal school also get grace marks?
This is what it is. I'll take specific clarification.
Let's find out.
It's a systemic failure. He was कैसे किया उसको?
Nothing, guys, just hearing is going.
Even only for Hardyal school, not the other two schools. Let them for the reason. I'll only in Hardyal school grace marks.
Grace marks were given where?
Grace marks were given only to Hardyal school. Yes. Just it's not. They are trying to misrepresent facts without knowing the clear picture.
That's why we are absolutely with an open mind. We wanted to disclose. I mean,
yes. Which minutes I am instructed to say suffered loss of time despite the fact that they attempted Canara Bank question paper.
Why don't you do this in the afternoon? Just give us on a piece of paper the correct position and give them a copy so we understand.
Correct.
We are not taking down something they are saying. Something
yes, let them correctly understand it.
Let him say.
Yes,
but you put it down on one sheet of paper by the afternoon.
Yes.
So we'll then take it as a statement.
Correct.
Because then I don't want later on, applications that you recorded wrongly.
There may be minutes in the haste. There may be some confusion because they are jumping on.
So, Hardyal school grace marks were given.
Yes, minutes.
Grace marks were given only in Hardyal school.
Only in Hardyal minutes. Because minutes, I am told the reason is that in the other schools, grace period, that is time of loss, was compensated by the center itself. Extra time was given to them, as a result whereof they did not suffer any loss of time.
Tell us something. In Hardyal school, the paper was replaced with the correct paper later on?
I am told that both the papers happened to be given. After the confusion, the SBI paper was withdrawn and Canara Bank paper was allowed to be continued. It's a fact.
In Hardyal school?
Yes, minutes.
That means in Hardyal school, all students wrote the Can Bank paper.
Can be formed, put on a piece of paper,
yes,
so that there is a response.
Piece of paper. All students wrote the Can Bank paper at Hardyal school. Why were they given grace marks?
What we will do is, we will prepare the city-wise where this happened and center-wise. Why the different...
Give it to us in the afternoon. We will understand.
Yes,
only one thing, Manoj, just to put
Were papers replaced, and under whose orders were the papers continued?
Yes.
Was NTA monitoring this from Delhi, or what happened?
It is monitored from Delhi Millets, and Millets communication. It's
So
not
did Delhi get to know in the morning that look, the wrong paper has been disputed? At the
what time it came to the knowledge and what time the communication. Because Millets, large number of centers.
Tell us
Not large number.
now, Mr. Huda, you have to wrap up.
But in fact, I'm not allowed to proceed by the other side.
But only one thing,
I was on
just to put
Hardyal
things
school.
in
There are
perspective.
20 questions on Hardyal school itself.
My lord,
They
only-
made 4 statements.
only a
with
minute,
regard to-
only a
let me show. my lord.
Only a minute. My learned friend is arguing that the entire country's examination is vitiated and therefore there should be a retest. My lord, giving examples of some mistakes here or
That's
there
a systemic failure, my lord.
4,570 may not, my lord, serve his purpose of assisting the court.
I'm saying there is a systemic failure, and I'm sequentially demonstrate that how the system
come out
was so
from Jajjar
brittle
gate. You
and
come out
fragile,
Jajjar,
and
then
which
Haryana,
was
then go to
weak
India.
at the whims and fancies of these invigilators and city center operators who are private individuals, got nothing to do with the government. With regard to Jajjar, I'm just closing Jajjar. I want to say, in the first response, they said Hardyal school, Canara paper was given. They attempted Canara paper. They evaluated Canara paper. No grace marks were given. This is their stand just now. They have changed it right now. With regard to the other 2 centers, they say there was a loss of time, and that is why grace marks were given. Just now they said it. Now they have again said it with regard to those 2 centers. No grace marks were given. Extra time was given then and there. Who took the decision? My lords have rightly asked the question. Now, with regard to Hardyal school, just 2 fact I want to bring to my lord's notice. A student who got 719 marks in Hardyal school with grace marks, they were given re-examination along with this 1563. The same student had earlier the rank was 68 with 719 marks out of 720. Now the rank is 58,413. With regard to the student who got 718 in the same Hardyal school, where the rank was 69, after re-examination, the rank is 38,497. Now they do not know whether Canara Bank was given or initially SBI was given. On 4th of June, they declare one result, that is SBI result. There is no separate key. They did not even disclose on 4th of June that there was loss of time. And that loss of time we have compensated with grace marks. This they had to come out with only when they were confronted with 719 marks and 718 marks, because this is not numerically possible with the number of marks and negative marking. Then they said, now in the entire country, what they do is, this NTA has collected about 400 crore rupees from the students. Thereafter, I give an example of Seeker now, which is data-wise very important. Seeker has 49 centers in all. Out of 49 center, only one center is this Kendriya Vidyalaya. Rest 48 centers are all private schools, self-financed private schools. All their city coordinator, invigilators, superintendent are all private individuals whom NTA issue checks of 2,000 rupees a day or 2,500 or 1,500 rupees. Now, because this Honorable Court is kind enough to allow me to argue this case, because so many people have come to assist me. They've shown me photographs of the school, private school in a village where this exam is being conducted. It doesn't even have a boundary wall. Now, I have not gone through their entire process. I will not call it as SOP. Now, that indicates that at 5:20, the paper is collected by the invigilator. And the OMR sheet is taken. OMR sheet is taken. Now, what is the time when this OMR sheet is to be sealed? It's nowhere prescribed. It remains in the center. We have spoken even to the center vigilators. In the 2-3 hours, it keep lying in every center with the center superintendent. And then they have to deposit it somewhere where all the OMR sheets are collected. Like for seeker, there's one place where OMR sheets are ultimately collected in one center. There is no procedure NTA prescribed that 5:20 this OMR sheet is collected, and 5:30 it should be sealed in the presence of the students. Because they have trained these invigilators across the country.
Then what time do they get deposited with the centralized deposit?
There is no time given. Let them file a specific affidavit if they ever in black and white.
How soon after the examination concludes at 5?
It is
the sealing process taking place.
They say that it is 8:30 to 9 o'clock. Ultimately, it gets deposited with the city center.
But before
what
that,
time
when
is
does the
the
sealing takes place?
This I could not find in their entire SOP. I have placed it before the solver.
That's the point.
So I would say I will show the data.
Now, Mr. Huda is going to
I'm coming to the data.
Please come to it.
Yes. Now, after analyzing the data, what we find, there are certain centers which are doing exceedingly well. It's not the students, that the centers are doing exceedingly well. Like Kota and Seeker both have almost equal number of students appearing. Mismatch.
Yes.
The data I wanted to show after giving this background, that after 5:20, there is a lot of time and leeway.
Got your point.
And because Kota and Seeker had equal number of students appearing, if we calculate first top centers in the country, getting students having more than 650 marks, then 38 center out of 49 center are only from Seeker.
Student getting over 650 marks.
That's right.
38?
38 out of 50.
What is 50?
50 top centers in the entire country.
Yes, more than 650 marks.
That's it. If 650 is taken as a cutoff, and we evaluate that what are the top 50 center in the country.
But even one student gets more than 650.
That's right. So all students put together getting more than 650 are from Seeker out of
38 out of 50
correct.
Are from
Seeker. Seeker alone. 38 centers. And 6 centers adjoining to Rajasthan, which falls in Haryana. There's a Mahendragarh, Bhiwani. Rewari, Mahendragarh, Bhiwani. And now, Lord, may kindly see this. There are 2 factors.
What I've taken down is that Kota and Seeker centers had broadly equal number of students appearing. Students getting more than 650 marks.
Yes, let me straight away show those charts.
38 out of 50 are from Seeker alone, 6 in Mahendragarh, Rewari and Bhiwani.
Correct.
Now show the chart.
Yes, Lord. Lord, may kindly permit me to refer to my second supplementary note.
You have just given today.
Yes, Lord, which was filed, Lord.
Page?
Lord, first annexure, page 13 is their SOP, which I said that there is no time given for sealing after OMR is collected. Then, Lord, the data of top 50 centers, Lord, that is page 101, annexure C. But before that, Lord, allow me to show one more chart at page 100 for a moment, Lord. This again, they have to answer it, Lord, if they can answer it post lunch. The difference in the data declared on 4th of June and 20th of July, page 100, Lord, may kindly see this table. Lord, just see Bihar,
Just one second.
page 100. Lord. That's right. Mismatch in the result published on 4th of June 2014 and 20th of July 2024. 4th of June 24 and 20th of July 24.
Yes.
Lord, just see Bihar at serial number 4. As per 4th of June, registered were 1,54,000, appeared 1,49,000 something, qualified 74,743. Now the data on 20th of July. Appeared student 1,36,000. The difference is 13,000.
Right.
And Lord, this difference is appearing almost everywhere. And we will respond to that after they respond to it.
4th of June and 20th July, the number of students comes down.
Correct.
Appears students.
That's right. Lord, Rajasthan, Lord, we kindly see specifically Rajasthan also for this.
There is something plus also like Tamil Nadu.
Yes.
Rajasthan is plus 18,000.
Yes. No, my Lord, what happens? My Lord, let me explain it. Let me, my Lord, explain it for a moment. What happens is, in their system, if I am a resident of Rohtak, Haryana, if I fill up an address of Tamil Nadu, I want to go to Sikar. I can simply fill up my address, some address of Sikar, and they will treat me as a student of Sikar. And I will get a center somewhere in Sikar. People have gone from Godhra, Gujarat, to Karnataka, Belgaum. One incident is a girl who got 705 marks on 4th of June. She got failed in 12th class and she's getting 31 out of 100 chemistry and so on and so forth. People have traveled from Odisha, Karnataka to Godhra. And Lord, with regard to this, one professor wrote an email which I have placed on record a month before, that this is a scam happening.
How many students said, would we know what the original place is?
Lord, what happens is they do not connect it with Aadhaar card or any proof of residence. They open their system. They say you fill up the address of your residence, whatever you feel like, and we will treat it to be your residence address, and we will allocate you center as per the address you give it here. Absolutely no system in place to verify that.
So, are you contending? Suppose I am a student, I am ordinarily residing in Delhi. When I fill up my form online, I can choose a center, say in Sikar, or I can fill up a center in somewhere in Tamil Nadu or Kerala.
But I am free to give whatever address I want.
By showing some residence over there.
Not even showing, filling it up. Just I need to type it.
At what point of time do they verify whether you are actually a resident of that?
At no stage, Lord, may kindly note it.
A student can choose a center in any part of the country.
Any part of the country.
And you don't have to submit any document?
Absolutely no proof, Lord. And there is an email, if I can straight away invite you to kind attention to that email for a moment. Professor email.
It's not a change of center, but choice of center.
Choice of page 190 of Lord, this Lord may kindly permit me to.
Writing an email that there is a scam.
No.
Mr. Solicitor, just tell us this later on when your turn comes. Argument is that a student can choose a center of their liking anywhere in the country by saying, I reside there.
Yes.
Does the student at any point of time of the registration process have to produce any documentary material to indicate that they are residents of that place?
I'll answer that. But when I give the figures of seeker, he's taking on seeker, I'll be able to justify the success rate has gone down, but we'll be able to show that. Let me come to my place. I can't go by.
How does it work when a center is sought by a student? Student applies for a center or city when you submit an application for a
city.
Now,
Center is not.
It applies for a city. Does MTA require the student to upload any document?
Just require and Malot.
Absolutely.
Or does that student just choose a city anywhere in the country?
Correct.
Let them verify.
Correct. Lord, I just want to point out an email. Like Lord would remember, Kaka College had written them with regard to Godhra a month earlier. In their, they did not act on it. In their reply, they say now they have marked this college Kaka email to some competent authority to look into it. Now, with regard to this, allow me Lord, to refer to this email at page 190.
Was the data? You asked that already before yesterday.
Yes, yes, Lord, I'm coming back. Lord, I'm already on the tables. Lord, I'm already on the tables. Lord, may kindly see. Yes, Lord, I was page 100. Lord, I'm showing this data. I was at page 100 to demonstrate.
Ultimately, up to now, you have dealt with Hazaribagh, you have dealt with Patna, you have dealt with
this all will demonstrate.
Give me some time. My friend has taken a long. I have no quarrel. I have to attend some other matter. I'll be grateful. I will only take 10 minutes. That I am 10 minutes. Lord, if you go by seniority, I am 66. I am senior. But we have followed a different rule. I have no quarrel.
No.
I have no quarrel.
I every standard mistake.
Mr. Mehta, you're 59. Let me in Bahani. I only take 10 minutes. I only take 10 minutes, Lord. Yeah, because I believe that he is.
He has taken time. We are also.
No, I'm not blaming anybody. I'm only requesting 10 minutes to be given to me. Then, my Lord, relieve me. That's all. 10 minutes to me. 10 minutes to me, my Lord. If I can, before lunch, my Lord, I have another matter to be taking adjournment after adjournment. Madras High Court, I want to appear online.
All right.
So 10 minutes.
I was page 100, the table, just to demonstrate the mismatch, and this is for them to explain that how the number of candidates who appeared in a particular state has gone down from the result declared on 4th of June to the result declared on 20th of July. Then, Lord, at page 101, annexure C is the list of top 50 centers, which indicates, Lord, that how these centers are concentrated in Sikar.
This is very important. This once again.
Yes.
Let's go closely on this. Yes.
Lord, I have given the center code, number of students appeared, how many students above 700, then the percentage of 700 plus, above 650, percentage of above 650, above 600, percentage of above 600, and then above 550. I have gone only up to above 550. Now, this will show a concentration.
Where?
The concentration here is, my Lord, primarily Sikar. My Lord, may kindly see this. Rajkot, there is one station at Rajkot, my Lord, where the total number of students is 1968. Center code, where 12 students above 700. Hmm? 115 above 615. There is something special with Rajkot, this center code. That's fine. That means Sikar, after Rajkot, 1,000 students, 8 are above 700.
9 are above.
And then, Lord, I'm on next item, Sikar, Rajasthan. Out of 1,001 student appearing, 8 above 700, then 69 above 650, and 115 above 600. And then 241 above 550. And also kindly keep it in mind, city coordinators are the owners of these schools, and these are private schools. And the invigilators are the employees of these private schools. And the possibility cannot be ruled out that these teachers are not in league with the coaching centers, my lord, which are operating in Kota and Sikar.
Are what? Are the city coordinators? City coordinators are government employees or they're private employees?
They are principals of the particular school, which private is private schools.
Sorry,
Principal of the school where the center is located. Private school.
city coordinator.
City coordinator means. Yes,
City coordinator.
It's completely private. Principal of CBSE school is the city coordinator. No, there is in Sikar there is no CBSE school. There is only one. This Kendriya Mahavidyalaya. 48 are the private schools, and CBSE affiliated, not CBSE run.
Yes, all CBSE schools.
CBSE affiliated schools. But they are CBSE affiliated schools, not CBSE run schools.
Top 50, you are saying that there is a concentration of seekers.
Correct, Lord. Kindly see this table, my lord. It shows all seeker. 38 of them, my lord. Not a coincidence, my lord. And I'm sure, my lord, consistently, even the last year also, these, my lord, even last year also and last year also, this seeker must be doing well for the reason. Because all these private schools, my lord, they are together, CBSE affiliated or Rajasthan board affiliated. Now, one of them is a city coordinator. Rest are the invigilator. And my lord,
But tell us, Mr. Huda, assuming that is so, can that be one ground to cancel the entirety of the exam all over the country, or to cancel the exam for seeker as a
no, Lord, what I say, I bow down.
Then we show a retest for seeker.
What I humbly submit is
sufficient data in itself.
If all over the country, there are 6 people per 1,000 who get above 600 all over the country. That's the average. And in each place in seeker, you get 75, you get 80. That's the
let's see this, what you
country average
over here.
Please, the reference value is the country average.
So download करके पहले उसको magnify से उसको दिखने में
Lord, what I humbly submit is
a paper copy of that page.
Words only. Yes, Lord, it's there.
Less than 10.
15 दे दिया. Give 3. Yes. This is not 100, 500 and above. This is not with regard to. No.
It's about the percentage. But Mr. Hegde, about what?
6 people per 1,000. That's 0.6%. Is on an average, that's the national. That should be the reference value. Now, if your lordship takes the first one in Rajasthan, or see the Vidya Bharati public school, let us see how many of them have gotten. So above 550, which gets you a state, there are 241 students who have got above 550
out of 1,000.
Out of 1,000 students. 1 in 4 students.
Lord, this is alluding towards systemic failure. And all these people are not from Seeker. They have come from all over the country. They are not people who have taken coaching from Seeker. Because of this systemic failure.
That they have not taken coaching from.
I do not know because if I compare it.
Don't make statements.
Hold on, please. If I compare it with Quota is the coaching hub.
And Seeker are education.
And yes, now
students from all over the country.
Students appeared in Quota.
Hostels, PG accommodations. It's a coaching class. So don't say that they are not. They are not.
Belgavi, in Karnataka is not a coaching hub where a girl goes from Anjali Patel goes from Gujarat to Belgavi. She fails. She appears in 12th class standard in Gujarat because she's from Gujarat. She failed, but she went all the way to Belgavi, got 705 marks. And Lord, what I'm told is the CBSE syllabus of 12th is completely in align with the syllabus of NEET examination. So it's not possible somebody getting 31 in botany out of 100 and getting 700.
You've shown data from that center in Belgavi where she appeared. Were the people getting high marks unusually large at that center?
Lord, there are.
You must show us.
Lord, I will. If I will not show all these tables in seriatim, Lord, I will show that. So, Lord, this table at 101 indicates there is a heavy tilt for Seeker because there is a systemic malaise which has worked in favor of the students appearing in these centers in Seeker. And we cannot separate the tainted from the untainted. And all these private people, the person who is doing videography, I give just one example here. Their emphasis is that we videograph everything at all these centers. Though they are private people, in Savai Madhopur, may I have Lord's attention just for a moment? Their emphasis is that though all these are private people, all the city coordinators, invigilators, but our CCT it is their own case. The wrong question paper is distributed in a different language. And the question paper starting at 2 p.m. They got to know, this is on record, and they reply on record to say that we got to know that wrong question paper has been given in Savai Madhopur, Rajasthan at 4:30 from the social media. They are on affidavit to say this. If
Guys, the way hearing has been going on, it's really difficult to get to any conclusion. Really, really difficult. Very, very difficult. Now they started their debate on the results which were published by. Sticker is being till now. This lawyer is very aggressive. Sure, Re-NEET.
How do you establish, we made this point about Sikar, etc. How do you establish that the paper leak, according to you, has spread all over the country? What is the material for you to indicate?
On that, I'm on a second point now. So far as paper leak is concerned,
Part of this case is the paper leak, right?
not only that, my very predominant argument besides paper leak is their systems are so fragile, which are being consistently compromised because everybody is private. They are issuing just checks in the name of some videographer sitting in Delhi, some coordinator in the city who are the owners of the private school and the principals. They have absolutely no check.
Tell us one thing. We'll ask you something frankly. Are you challenging the result of this NEET, or are you appealing for people who don't want the NEET at all?
No. What I'm pointing out that this NTA, the way it is holding this examination can't be sustained for the reason that there is absolutely no system in place. As I was pointing out, just allow me a moment on here.
It would be also far-fetched to say that there is
Let me show you.
loopholes. We will address them.
The loopholes are being exploited on the face of it. The data is being shown.
So you have to show us that there is a systemic destruction of the sanctity of the exam.
On that,
Across India.
one thing.
Now you have basically concentrated on Hazaribagh, concentrated on Patna. You have shown us some examples from Bahadurgarh. What happened in Bahadurgarh?
Let me quickly.
Student from Gujarat goes to Belgavi and gets associate's grade. Where have you demonstrated before us a
systemic failure? What is this systemic failure and what is the malaise in this system which they have adopted for this examination? If I count them quickly, one is the time gap after the OMR sheets are taken and the time being deposited. It is in the private hands where there is no time fixed for sealing it, and in whose presence these OMR sheets are being sealed. I'm alluding toward a systemic failure that here in Sikar, Mahendragarh, wherever this concentration is happening, the OMR sheets are being consistently tampered with after the exam is over. As is being suggested by the government of India, that the question paper could be sold in 1 hour and in another hour the students could do it. In the same manner, after taking the OMR sheet at 5:20, the entire staff in the college, which is a private school and all private invigilators, they have the question paper with them. And they have 2-3 hours with them. What prevents them from filling up the OMR sheets and then depositing it with the city center? So it is this loophole which is being exploited here in Sikar and all these centers, which are a shining star in the entire sky. Belgavi, why a girl who failed in Gujarat goes all the way to Belgavi? The reason is this, not only paper leak. I'm on the next point.
Now tell us that girl who went to Belgavi, that will take it as a prima facie suspicious case.
Yes,
center where she appeared from. What is the performance of that center?
Yes, I have that.
6% success ratio and 7% success ratio. And Belgaum, 2% success ratio.
About 8 people are, Belgavi is not a coaching center. The one reason, the third thing I want to allude to.
Centers in Sikar? How many centers in Sikar?
Sikar is 49 centers.
How many students in Sikar?
Yes. the total number of, yes, my lord, we have the data. 27,000. This is, just allow me, my lord. Total number is 27,216. That's right. 49 centers. My lord, it is at page
27,216 students from Sikar.
That's right.
How many students, what is the cutoff to be in the first 108,000?
About 580.
Your lordships can give me only 5 minutes to show my charts. No, that might answer most of your lordship's questions.
I'm
Rather than going all around.
I'm on a complete, my lord, just allow me to complete.
All right, 27,216 students. Just tell us.
8,000 of them have got above 500.
How many?
8,225 have got above 500.
Yes, my lord, this is the data at page 103. My lord, this data is there at page 103. We kindly just see this.
Now tell us, Mr. Solicitor, what would be the cutoff broadly for the 108,000, the last student to be in the zone of admission to a medical college?
Yes.
What would be the cutoff?
Varies from state to state.
Cutoff is not different.
Varies from state to state. But if you've got above around 600, you are reasonably safe that you will get some.
No, my learned friend is.
It will vary from state to state because state domicile comes in.
I have put that figure also. If you are having marked 600, you will stand at 81,000 in first 81,000. I have given, my lord, each wise 60, 600, 605, etc., etc. I'll show. So a person getting 600 will, in all probability, will not get in at least government medical college, for the simple reason that though we are counting 50%, total seats are 108,000. 50% would be, my lord, one half. But from that 50%, 50% will go for SC, ST, OBC and EWS reservation. So merit candidates seats would be available would be 25,000. I have not given, we have done the analysis from various angles to show what is the impact, if at all, at the national level, city level and the central level.
Does Sikar have the largest concentration of students? Sikar has 49 centers.
Yes. Sikar center-wise also we have done.
And
Kota, let me compare it with Kota.
District in the country which has more centers than Sikar, which is in the country-wise.
I will not do that.
Can you tell us which is the district which has the largest number of centers?
Lord, Kota, Lord, I'm just giving Kota as comparing because
Lord, we have
Kota
analyzed
is
this.
coaching hub.
Only a minute. What we have analyzed is city-wise, including Sikar, Kota, and other things which are being discussed. We have examined how many students appeared in 2022 and what was the success rate. Similar exercise for 23 and similar exercise for 24. In fact, 24 for Sikar, the success rate has gone down. I'll be able to show that one. We have compared it with 22, 23, 24. It is around 19%.
But if they can
the success rate is 19%.
And I completed it. But what I'm alluding to is there is a systemic failure in the manner the NEET is examined. One, I said the no address verification. That is why student can go from.
There are two ways of looking at this problem. We all came here because of paper leak. There's no escape from the fact that, yes, there has been a
paper leak.
Is it your argument that this systemic failure which you are talking about now led to paper leak?
No.
So therefore, we are trying to understand, we are trying to look into to what extent this leak precipitated in the entire country. If it is a case of systemic failure, that stands on a different footing.
Yes.
Because these are two different things. It is because of this paper leak, you are now able to demonstrate before us various irregularities, illegalities. Maybe, you may be right. But at this point of time, digressing from the issue of paper leak, To what extent can we now go into the question of systemic failure? Because we are trying to examine whether this leak led to that girl securing 705 marks at Belaguri despite failing in 12th standard. Let us address the issue in this manner, whether these candidates at Sikar who have performed exceedingly well, is it because of that paper leak?
I bow down. I quite
two
understand.
compartments.
These are two compartments.
There are two compartments.
So far as
one
leak is
talks about paper leak and to what extent the students took advantage of that leak.
Let me answer the Lordship's question.
Please take your seat, Mr. Redubara. These are bad manners, bad manners. I'm not very sophisticated like my Lord, the Chief Justice. You may feel bad. Please, please. 3 times I have said, please, quiet. We have 2 minutes to go. We are making Mr. Huda understand what is going on in our mind so that he can respond after recess. Therefore, you come to your note. You come to your note, paragraph 8.
Yes, Lord.
That's the heart. That's the heart of your case.
Where you say that there's a leak that's gone to other states. Where is there to, what is there any contemporary evidence to indicate that the leak went to other states?
Lord, the only thing on that I can say on paper leak is, Lord, so far as direct evidence of this crime is concerned, that the file is before this Honorable Court, matter is being investigated. As petitioners who are not privy to the investigation, either by the Bihar police or now by the CBI, all we can rely on is a circumstantial evidence. In the circumstantial evidence,
Therefore, falling back on an alternative hypothesis that because of the systemic flaws in the process, therefore the credibility of the examination must have been breached in other
I'm
states.
so grateful.
That's your case.
That's my case. On that, Lord, I have just 4 or 5 things to add.
We do not have evidence to show that there was a leak in other states, but because of these flaws in the examination process, therefore it's likely that
this inflation
examination, and you have pointed out 3 aspects: time gap between the conclusion of the examination and the sealing of the OMR sheets, and absence of an SOP. 2, staff at the college may well tamper with the OMR sheets without depositing them. 3, there is no address verification of the center chosen by the student. These are the 3 aspects.
That's right. Now, Lord, and
anything else now? What remains?
Because of
we'll have to call upon the others.
Yes, I'm so grateful. And Lord, it is because of this that there is an evidence, and they maybe put to the question this, that how people from Gujarat going to Bellary, how people from Odisha, Karnataka, Maharashtra coming to Godhra, and how people from Bihar, if this investigation is carried out, my Lord, would find people from Bihar have gone to Muktsar, Punjab. If these addresses are checked, that will show that there are...
This girl, instead of going to Belaguri, could have given to any of these centers.
She could have chosen, Lord, probably this is a connection. She got a connection.
I asked you, that center at Belgavi, does it have any, does it show any untoward results?
Lord, it is there. Lord, this Belgavi, this is 8R plus 700 and 71R plus 650. I have the chart. I will give it post lunch.
Also, Mr. Huda, in many professional examinations, I don't want to name them, otherwise it will become another national story tomorrow. That, in many professional examinations, students do choose centers in a particular zone or whatever, because there is a perception that the marking on the curve is a little more lenient or a little more strict in certain centers. I did not mention those examinations. That is not the strong evidence to cancel the whole examination per se.
Lord, this one...
These systemic flaws which you have pointed out will put to the solicitor, because these obviously have to be tightened up. Because they have to be tightened up. But as of now, I don't think you have indicated to us, and we'll give you now 5 minutes and we'll conclude your argument after lunch. So we'll hear the others and then wrap up.
5 minutes after lunch.
After lunch, 5 minutes. So that you can conclude. Now summarize what you have argued in 5 minutes and then we will go on to the next person.
Your Lordship will give me a little time. A little time, not much.
Sorry?
Your Lordships will give me a little time, not much.
There are multiple parts. The sending of the answers.
There are several things
Anybody who now wants to follow will have to give something over and above what has been argued.
Please.
Buddha has taken on the entire record now.
But after lunch, your lordship give me 10-15 minutes, then I'll relieve me, my lord. I wanted to say something which is
I might even take leave.
something which they haven't said.
We'll come back.
Your Lordships, may I please mention items 12 and 35?
Come back after.
So guys, it's finally the lunch break. Until now, nothing has been summarized, right? So let me quickly give you the summary of whatever has been happening. So till now, as far as the entire discussion is concerned, I must say there are no solid proofs for the mass paper leak, right? There are no solid proofs for the mass paper leak. That is the summary of entire thing, right? The judges, they are not convinced. They are not convinced about the fact that paper has been leaked on the mass level. Now, after the lunch, they are again going to summarize it, right? After the lunch, the advocates who are in the favor of Re-NEET, they are going to submit some more numbers, right? They are going to submit some more numbers by means of which the judges will eventually make a call on it. Okay? I think I'm pretty much clear to everyone, yeah? I think I'm pretty much clear to everyone. So till now, there is no solid proof of the mass paper leak, right? Whatever discussion has been happening till now, it was about the systematic failure, right, of this particular examination. Okay? There were few pointers related to the, I would say, related to the grace marks, related to when OMR is submitted to the invigilators, right? They do not have any particular time at which they'll have to submit it at the end. There is nothing like that. So quickly, if I summarize it, no solid proofs yet given to the court that whether the paper was leaked on the large scale, right? There is no solid proof for that, number one. Number two, whatever discussion has been happening since the morning, right? It's all about the systematic failure. Perfect. Now, after the lunch, they are again going to address it. I'm pretty much sure after the lunch, they are going to make a call about it. What exactly is happened exactly is going to be the final verdict. Right? I hope I'm clear. Now, the break is still, I think, 2, right? So it's a break time. And after the break, we'll get to know all the things in detail. Just give me a second. So it is a break time. It's a lunch break. And till now, I must say, there is no solid proof related to the paper leak. No solid proof for mass paper leak yet. We'll get to know about all the other things after the lunch break. And the lunch break is, I believe, till 2, right? After that, we'll be exactly saying what is going to happen. Okay? All right, people? I think I'm perfectly clear to everyone, right? So till now, whatever discussions have been happening, there is no solid proof for the paper leak, for the mass paper leak, I'm saying, right? The discussions right till now are going on about the systematic failure, right? The advocates who are in the favor of Re-NEET, they are basically striking on a very common point, on a clear point, why some students travel to other states, right? There's a girl who failed in her 12th standard and went to other state to write the examination and got 700 certain marks, right? Okay, so till now, there is no solid proof for the mass paper leak, right? Everything, whatever is revolving, it's revolving around the systematic failure done by the NTA, right? And after the lunch break, we'll get to know about the final conclusion made by the Supreme Court. So I would want you guys to be back at 2 p.m. exactly, at which the discussion again is going to start. Till then, you guys have your lunch and we'll get back exactly at 2 p.m. Okay? Perfect. And I'm sure now, after the lunch, we are going to get into the final conclusion. No, I don't think they'll again postpone the hearing because there is nothing like that. Whatever discussions have been happening. Okay, nothing like that. Even you saw what judges said at the end. The hearing is based on whether the paper has been leaked on the large scale or small scale. It is not based on the systematic failure, right? And the advocates who are in the favor of Re-NEET, they are talking about the systematic failure. As per judges, they are just diverting the topic, right? So we'll get to know about all the things, final conclusion at the end, right? At 2 p.m. exactly when the hearing is again going to start. Okay, till then, you guys have your lunch. I'll have my lunch and get back exactly at 2 p.m. Okay? And as far, if you ask me as a person, what all I could conclude till here, I could conclude the judges are not in the favor of Re-NEET. This is something which I concluded from the entire hearing. Okay, and I'm pretty much sure all the students who have been watching from the beginning, right, they would have felt the same. But they are not going to postpone the hearing again. Today only, I'm sure something conclusion will come at the end. Okay, so let's get back at 2 p.m. Till then, it's the lunch break, and I'll see you guys exactly after the lunch break. Right? Take care. God bless you. See you after the lunch break, guys. Right? See you after the lunch break.
Check 1, 2.
Check. I check. My check. Audible.
Check, check, check. Check, 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 check.
Check 1, 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Can you all hear me? Can you all hear me? So yes, it's going to start now. It's again going to start. The hearing is again going to start. And hopefully, my dear students, in like half an hour, 1 hour, you'll be getting the final verdict of the Re-NEET 2024. Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. I know you guys are desperately waiting for the final conclusion. So are we. Yes, so are we. So some more time, guys, and I think we'll be done with this. Right? Until now, as I have told you already, till now, whatever discussions have been happening since morning, right? There was no solid proof related to the mass leak, right? What exactly judges were waiting for. Okay, and at the end, they categorically told the case is related to whether paper has been leaked on the large scale or smaller scale, right? It's not on the systematic failure, which the discussion actually was going on. So let's wait for a few more minutes and it's going to start. I might have to turn one light off so that the screen becomes properly clear. Yes. So I'm pretty much sure all of you would have seen the entire thing since the morning. So what do you guys think? What do you guys think? Since with me, you guys were watching all of this since morning, what do you guys think? What is going to be the final conclusion? What is going to be the final conclusion? What do you guys think about it? It's just going to start. Guys, what I have been observing since morning, I think there is not going to be any Re-NEET. That's something which I have been observing since morning from all the discussions which have been happening. And I believe that's going to be the final conclusion too. Because as per the judges just before the lunch break, what they clearly told the lawyer who was in favor of the Re-NEET, they told them clearly not to divert the case. We are here to check whether the paper was leaked on the mass level, right? We are not here to check whatever systematic malfunctioning has been there, right? We are not going to discuss that, etc., etc. No, I don't think they are going to postpone it furthermore. I don't think they are going to postpone it furthermore. Well, I think so. I can see majority of the students in the chats are in the favor of no Re-NEET, yeah? Is that? Guys, I think there'll be no Re-NEET. I think so. Now the discussion is again going to start. Maybe the lawyers who are in the favor of Re-NEET, maybe they'll come up with some other things now. Let's exactly see. One thing I believe in like half an hour, 1 hour, they'll come up with the final conclusion. I know you guys are suffering. It's not only you, we all are suffering together. Let me tell you that honestly. The chances are rare for Re-NEET. Very rare chances. Very rare chances for Re-NEET are there. they did not conclude the Sikar issue as well. They did not conclude it. There were only the discussions going on. They did not conclude it yet. Now I believe they are going to conclude all of these things once for all. Yes. The judges themselves are late by 7 minutes. Yeah. The lunch break was supposed to be between 1 and 2. It's already 2:07. Let's see. Let's hope for the best, guys. Let's hope for the best. Started quick. Again, I'm repeating, the chances of Re-NEET are very minimal. Very minimal. Again, I'm telling you the same. And if by chance Re-NEET is happening, don't worry. Don't worry. But the
Lordship's mentioned matter. There was a fresh matter, my lord.
It started.
Regarding fixation of provisional rent. I'm running a distillery there. It was listed. No, we've sent an email. There's something a little more why I'm mentioning it. I mentioned before Code 5, I was given liberty to mention before your lordships. It was listed on 11 July in the supplementary list because we sent an email to the registry. We got an out of turn listing. But on 11 July, after 2, the court could not meet. Your lordship was in a meeting, which went on for a while. So it was all the time showing for tomorrow. So in the trial court, with great difficulty, we got the matter kept for tomorrow. Now, yesterday, it has been deleted from tomorrow's list. So I mentioned before the court.
This is not related to you, okay? Wait.
It's been sent. We'll send it again. Mr. Huda appears for the caveator, but fortunately, he's next to us.
So we know the two of you agree that at least until the next time listed that you'll maintain your.
If that is there, not then if he can. Mr. Caveator.
He happens to be in the court.
If it can come, I mentioned before Code 5 in the morning. I was told.
I seek my Lord's indulgence to mention along with Dr. Singhvi item 23, where on opposite sides, urgent section 9.
Faisal will talk about physical chemistry afterwards, not now. Just wait for it.
In view of the need for interim orders, could your lordships list it on Friday?
No problem.
Friday, my lords.
Or Monday.
Because NEET may go on for the whole day. Today's board we are planning to distribute between when we in fact discharge the admission board of today because NEET will get over today, and we space out the matters between Wednesday, Thursday, if possible on Friday, so that they'll be all over there before we go into.
My request, Friday may be better.
Guys, did you hear this? What they said? This NEET matter is going to get closed today.
I do 12 and
The earliest date if it can be.
We will do that, yes. Other matters will be all spread out this week itself.
Item 37, I'll give it to.
But you mentioned item number 34, my lords.
I just said that all of them will be spread out this week itself.
One request. Item 14 for Friday, not for Wednesday, Thursday, because I have some difficulty.
Your Lordship, I have a request in items 12 and 35. May I request for Monday? Mr. Salve is appearing in those matters. He's requesting if Monday could be given.
This has to be carried, right?
Yes. These are fresh ones.
Yes.
Item 34, your lordship already indicated for listing next one, 33 minutes.
This is matter of public interest litigation in respect of orphans, my lords. And your lordship's order on 16th October 2023, my lord, will be I'm just requesting next week somewhere at the top of the list, my lord, so that it can be taken up.
Taken up. But today we have taken up on Monday. Status is every matter issues, but today we have need, therefore it's not.
I understand, lord. I'm only asking it should be non-miscellaneous day, my lord. Non-miscellaneous day on the top of the list, my lord. Some date, my lord, if possible.
Yeah, I just said in the next 3 days it will be listed.
My friend has to come from Delhi. Lucknow, that's my enough.
Okay, keep it after 2 weeks.
But the date is possible, my lord. Date is possible.
Because Monday, next Monday.
Your Lordship, Monday is also miscellaneous day. Is Wednesday or Thursday a bit?
Tuesday,
Monday.
Very good.
Next Monday, madam. I can not date up. Should be on next Monday. Very much. Good date. On next Monday.
They're starting, guys.
Next 2 days, we'll spread it out in the next 2 days.
Item 13 may kindly be taken up on Friday because on Wednesday versus assembly. So item 13 may kindly be taken up
1-3.
Yes, Your Lordship. This Friday, Your Lordship.
Item 32, my lords.
On Monday, huh? Item 13 we'll take it up on Monday.
Okay. Item 32 is the Manipur students matter, madam.
They're going to start now. They're going to start now. And I believe final conclusion will be there in like half an hour, 1 hour.
Who is appearing?
Yes, it will be final.
By tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll issue notice in item 8. We have
Interim protection.
keep it after 2 weeks. Liberty to serve the standing counsel for the state of Uttar Pradesh. Till the next date of the listing, there shall be an addendum stay of arrest in criminal case number so and so arising.
Interim protection is.
Sorry?
Item 32 is the Manipur students matter.
Keep it on. We are going to say the same thing over and over again. It will be relisted in the next 3 days.
Can be especially great.
I just said by the end of the day you will have the date.
Please,
My lord, may that item be listed along with 37 whenever over the weekend.
Yes.
Much obliged.
Yes, Mr.
Well, we consider because before lunch there were certain queries to the NTA to respond. If they can respond, I can.
When their own turn, they will respond.
Right.
Now you have to wrap up now.
Correct. Certainly. But just
what are your submissions now?
5 minutes for me, Mulad.
Yeah, now 5 minutes, please wrap up.
Mulad, para 8 of my second supplementary submission.
You just formulate now.
What I say is, insofar as leak is concerned, I say Sanjeev Mukhia is the history sheeter, is the gangster who is into this business. And he is yet to be arrested. People who have been arrested from Rajasthan, solvers were taken from Rajasthan. Dissemination was through a WhatsApp group on a social, so it is not possible that it remained confined to Patna. The rest, Lord, the direct evidence to which I am not privy is before my lords. The story given by the CBI that it is in the morning of 5th, the time gap in between and solving and memorization is not impossible to be digested. It's completely unnatural story. Leak has happened, and if the paper was available on 4th, leak has happened prior to 4th. In any case, prior to 3, on 3 or prior to 3. Now, the chart, I just want to show one chart at page 107 of my second supplementary note, where I was referring to this city-wise chart. The chart of seeker, just 2-3 charts I want to demonstrate that there is no bell-shaped curve. It is a square shape chart which is there if we put the data together for number of centers. So they have been saying if we make it a chart, Then Lord, it is sometime west tapering chart. Sometime it is east tapering chart, and sometime it is it's a straight pyramid. So there, Lord, may kindly see page 107, Sikar Rajasthan, one chart for Sikar Rajasthan. My second supplementary submission here. So Lord, may kindly see this is the chart for Sikar. They say bell curve is the actual picture which should arise. Now, Lord, may kindly skip over the next few. Then, Lord, may kindly see at page 108, the last chart. The first chart, Lord, this is the center-wise. The last chart on this page 8 is again indicating something unusual. Then, Lord, may kindly see the next chart at page 109. These kind of charts are there, where the people getting 700, 600, 500, even 100, it's a squarish, it becomes. It's certainly at variance with the bell curve. Now, Lord, I leave this data here. Now, Lord, the other thing, because my second alternative argument, not only alternative, Lord, in addition to the argument is, in this examination, there was a complete systemic failure, which I have flagged by demonstrating. I'm just recapitulating. One is no address verification. Anybody can go anywhere, and this is one. Two, there was no CCTV camera monitoring. This I substantiate by saying, in their own affidavit they say, in Savai Madhopur.
No CCTV camera monitoring at which place?
Blood at anywhere.
At any?
At no place. There was a CCTV. Their claim is that they have been live. There has been a live monitoring through CCTV camera. I demolish it by showing that in Savai Madhopur, it is their case that a question paper in a wrong medium was distributed amongst the students. There was no monitoring. The question paper started at 2 p.m. Their affidavit before this honorable court is that at 4:30.
Well, let me consider all that now.
No, I'm not. Let me complete. 4:30.
5 minutes.
Yes. 4:30, they got to know through social media that in Savai Madhopur, there was a wrong question paper distributed. So this is their thing.
All right. Then
now, yes. Now, the other red flag is, they have said the same day re-examination started. They were given the question paper at Savai Madhopur and other places. This is a bullet point.
I give you 5 minutes. 5 minutes over.
I'm just giving a bullet point. They say that
now 5 minutes are over. Now last 30 seconds you can make your bullet point.
Yes. They say that at certain centers where wrong question paper was given, the same day they have taken the question paper again. I said they were given the question paper maybe in Hindi, maybe in English. The students retained the question paper for 6 hours.
Thank you, Mr. Oda. We'll look at
and Lord, just one sentence. I can just add last one sentence, Lord. If this honorable court do not agree for a re-NEET, then Lord may kindly consider at least the qualified people. Qualification is 164 marks. At least qualified people should be asked to redo the examination, which will constitute about 30 lakh people.
13 lakh. Thank you, Mr. Oda.
13 lakh.
Just saying.
Grateful.
You hear this?
Lots have been subjected to a long presentation. I'll keep mine as crisp as possible.
But your submissions is formulate now.
It's just, okay. My submission to your lordship is that classic Michael Sandler question, what is the right thing to do? Today, your lordships is faced with a situation where admittedly there has been a leak from Hazaribagh. Please don't think of it as the Patna leak. Think of it as the Hazaribagh leak. It was caught at Patna, and we do not know today where all it leaked. Because the papers, your lordships has the investigation reports. The investigation reports say that at least some of the mobiles, the messages went to about 100 people. We do not know the extent of the leak. The timing of the leak, however, we know with reasonable certainty it did not happen on the morning of the 5th, but it happened at some point prior to the night of the 4th. It could be the 3rd, it could.
Yes.
Now, your lordships will bear in mind that criminal investigations which have gone to the CBI have not gone only from Patna or Hazaribagh. They have gone from 5 different states. That itself is proof that at this stage of point of time, the investigator have not come to any conclusion that this was a localized leak.
Very important statement.
Now, did we have a fair exam? Well, here, NEET is used not only as inter-se competition. NEET is also used as a qualification. If you are qualified in NEET, you are not only qualified for the medical colleges at government expense. Many foreign countries also take NEET as you have qualified. It's cheaper sometimes to go to Ukraine and get a medical seat based on your NEET qualification because you have passed the exam of your country. So the 164 cutoff, which turns to about 13 lakh people, all of them, have they been judged by a fair and equitable standard? And can we, with any sense?
164 out of 720 is a qualifying.
Yes.
Percentile, 50%.
It's the 50th percentile. So exactly half of them.
I'll summarize the best way.
Now, the question is, can we say that among them, everybody got marks which they were fairly entitled to? It is my respectful submission, my lords, that in a competitive exam, you cannot trust a competitive exam which turns out 61 toppers. Inevitably, my lords, in any data cohort, you may have 2 or 3 people who may share marks or who may crack it. My lords, when GMAT and all those exams were held, it was rare that somebody cracked everything, got that 7 perfect score.
61, 44 are those actually who got the not grace mark, but got full mark because of question 9.
Because of one question.
4.
But that also means that those 44 got marks for 179 questions right. That itself is a very high figure. Those 44 people and then couple it with what is called rank inflation. If the syllabus had been made easy, then a rising tide raises all boats together. What has happened is that in that magic zone of above 650, there are more than 50,000 students. This is a huge red flag. Because I was asking some of my clients, their parents are doctors also, to think in terms of a medical analogy. And the analogy I was given was that when you suspect cancer, the tests are inconclusive. Then what you do is, as a matter of precaution, to go into chemotherapy. You cannot take the risk of letting the cancerous substances metastasize. That is where the real problem is. Today, my lords, at a stage of incomplete investigation, if your lordships were to say that, look, so far you have shown us only Hazaribagh, Patna, we do not know exactly where it is going. Do we ask a whole host of people, maybe 24 lakh, maybe 13 lakh, maybe 2 lakhs, to rewrite the exam? What if your lordships were to turn us all down and say that, no, they have given adequate justification? But your lordships at today's date will not be aware as to how many cells or how many persons got into the system. And each government seat is a case of the government spending about 1 crore per year per medical student. So at about 25,000 government seats in the general category, I also represent students who have got 690, 640 and all that. They will get a seat somewhere. But what they are not assured of is that they have got a fair rank.
You heard what he said at the end. Person is suspected of cancer and the tests are not appropriate. Tests are not giving the proper results. Doctors suggest still to go for the chemotherapy or the precautionary measure. Do you understand what that means? If you are not getting everything out related to the paper leak or the precautionary measure, you should go for Re-NEET. Analogy was good. Analogy was good, and you know, one of the judges, he laughed over it because the analogy was so strong it was. Because sometimes when a patient is suspected with cancer, he's supposed to do a lot of tests, right? Through the tests also, if there are some suspicious things, still he is supposed to go for chemotherapy. Let's wait, guys. Let's wait. The judges are discussing. Because this guy, he made a very strong point. I don't know whether you are getting it or not, how strong the point is. Discussion is on. And one more point he made. He was like, it's not only the state of Bihar, right? It's not only about the state of Bihar and Hazaribagh, right? CBI inquiries has taken place in almost 5 states.
And after having taken your lordships through the student perspective, my lords, please look at the institutional perspective. Please look at NTA's constant responses to your lordships. If the NTA had been a serious examination agency, it would have been most concerned about the integrity of the process. But what did it do? On the 5th itself, when it was told that the paper had leaked, and on the 5th, if it had taken a decision that, look, once there is a leakage of a paper, we find it unsafe. And supposing they had taken that decision and we were challenging it, saying, look, it leaked only in one place. How can you scrap an entire exam? Would your lordships have found an outrageous defiance of logic in that decision? I'm turning the question around.
Yes.
The NTA continued to deny the fact that there was a leak. It did not cooperate with the Bihar police. Apparently the EOU even wrote them letters. They did not immediately cooperate. My lords, there were special circumstances this year. In May and June, everybody was preoccupied with the elections. Nobody was possibly there to guide them. It is quite possible that the administrative agency thought, just let the thing blow over or let whoever comes in guide us. Continually, they kept denying, and it was only when your lordships asked questions that then came that little thing that yes, we did give grace marks, but we can redo it by a retest for some 1563 students. At that stage also, if they had looked at their own data, if today they have not been transparent, they haven't given the full data. In fact, all the data that Mr. Huda has so painstakingly given your lordships has been after we were served with about 4,500 PDF files. That had to be run through, data had to be extracted, and we can see some hotspots. Whether they are hotspots, whether they are red flags, that is for them to explain. Then, my lords, The NTA continues to be in denial. It's only as late as the 22nd of June that changes are made in personnel and that the CBI is put in charge of the investigation. I do not know what has been there in that report. I do not know whether there is a theory of investigation. But what comes out is that there is an organized gang which has a prior history of leaking papers. It is their business model. And my lords, when educational excess becomes a business model, the leaked paper is a time-limited commodity. You have it for 2 hours, 2 days or less. You have to maximize profit. And everybody into whose hands it goes, whether it is the paper solver or anybody else, will try to maximize.
Anything else now?
Yeah, just give me 2 more minutes, my lords. The fact is that we cannot tell the students that this is a fair exam. We cannot send a signal to the NTA that we approve of what you have done, nor can we tell those who indulge in these practices that, look, you may very well get away with it. Because if these results stand, those post-dated checks may still be cashed. They still have a value. So therefore, my lords, the safer thing to do is, your lordships has already done it. Your lordships has said retest for those 1563. If your lordships were to treat what has happened so far as step 1 of the exam, everybody above 164 had a chance at a medical seat. Those people, give them a re-examination, because your lordships will see from their own affidavit, which Mr. Huda also pointed out, somebody who's got 720 ends up with 640. Let everybody be accurately measured. That's the least that can be done, my lords. I'm grateful. My lords, just one thing before I go. Since the Solicitor General is here and he likes Urdu poetry, the case can be summarized by one verse. तो इधर उधर की बात ना कर, मुझे ये बता काफिला क्यों लुटा, हमें रहजानों से गिला नहीं है, तेरी रहबरी का सवाल है. It is your guidance. It's your
Rehzano, not Rehzano. It's Rehzano.
Rehzano is obliged. Grateful, my lord. 2 minutes, my lord. Just I will take my lord.
I'll be grateful if you also give me a little time and relieve me. My lord, I'm grateful in one sense.
Now tell us, you want a retest, you don't want a retest.
I'm absolutely and unmissed and categorical terms asking for a retest. And my lord, I'm not asking for the...
I thought, you didn't want a retest.
No, my lord. My lord, I said, I'm happy that people, my prepared application. What I have said in the application, have been echoed my friend Sanjay Hegde and my friend. Treat this examination as a preliminary examination. And conduct a main examination now. And I say, I believe that a JEE main preliminary examination. This, my lord, the issue here is not, we are not conducting a criminal trial. My lord, we are not even conducting a civil trial. The question whether the accuracy of these allegations are absolutely irrelevant. It is a question of, it is a question of common sense. It's a question of prudence. It's a matter, my lord, I may not be mistaken, it's a matter of governance. But, my lord, I rely on your lordships on judgment to say that these issues involve violation of fundamental rights and therefore justiciable. I have only one difficulty I am asking myself a question. In Bombay, I always ask a question openly. Here I follow the Supreme Court practice of asking a question to myself. But, my lord, if if these issues are justiciable, there are many who are qualified. And can this court ever decide without they being heard? Because these proceedings are not representative proceedings.
What do you have to argue on merits?
No, I am coming to that. But the question is, it's an administrative question of governance. Last case,
you said some other matters waiting for you, so you might as well come to the point.
No, I'm exactly on the point. The point is that the integrity of the examination, the credibility of the examination is under doubt. It is not because the leak is proven in Rajkot. It is not because leak is proved.
Apart from what Mr. Huda argued.
No, I am not saying anything which
anything else?
No, let me.
Submission.
No, Lordship, I be very kind to and very patient to Huda. I am not uttering a word which my friend Huda has said. I will not. Only two things, my lord. The other day I said.
What is the first one of the two?
No.
You said two things. What is the
first, my lord, only thing which I endorse Huda is as a reference to the bell chart. And the bell chart before that, I rely on the. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I will not say anything which somebody has argued. I will say only deal with issues which nobody has addressed. There is a counter affidavit. I'm not relying on anybody else's document except my friends, the government's counter affidavit. In counter affidavit in repetition civil number 362 of 2024.
What's the point that you have?
The point, my lord, is
formulated.
Yes, the point is this graph shown is X face incorrect. It is, I am only a commerce graduate. I am no engineer, but to me, and it find no difficulty to explain. I take your lordship to page 17. Page 17 of the counter affidavit. There, my lord, your lordship will find there is a year-wise mark obtained. The lordship will have a look at, my lord. Yes. And the total is the 2024 count between 700 to 720, etc., etc. It is the total I have calculated. It comes to 1,42,137. 1,32,137. Now, my lord, they have created a chart. They have given a chart, and that is on the previous page. At page 13. That's a so-called bell curve. It is so microscopic. Not here. I take your lordship to page 13, detailed analysis. And my lord, let me take your lordship to the entry 520 to 540. 520 to 540. And that is not directly linked to the dot shown above. It is in between. Now, they are given certain figures. 25.7, 23.2, 20, 12.7, and 2.3. And total is, it is 83,009. Your lordship, my lord, the figures.
What they are trying to say is that bell-shaped curve that IIT Madras gave, that is also inappropriate.
I mean, take your lordship this chart. There's an important issue to be stated, my lord. This chart, 25, 23, etc. The total is 83,900. Going by the chart, the next page, the total number is 1,42,137. And there's a shortage of 58,237. And therefore, my lord, this chart is manifestly, I'm not using very strong expression, incorrect. The engineer or consultant said something else. Lord, I only quoted Mark Twain. Lies, damn lies, and statistics. My Lord, therefore, this chart, this wealth chart is a fraud.
Thank you.
Then coming to that, then my friend took you, your lordship, to the chart of many centers. My Lord, the wealth chart concept. I'm now, my Lord. It is not my argument that there is no leak because of the wealth chart. It is the argument which my friends have addressed to the court to establish that everything is normal. So this wealth chart itself, which shows, here it's all about first impression. What prima facie appears. No question of anything to be proved absolutely. Anybody can give you the explanation that Sikar is an education center, but that explanation will not work with the Rajkot. Rajkot is not a coaching center. But the fact to be remained to be considered is, now this leaks has been the leak industry. The leak industry is worth 2,500 crores because 50,000 needs medical seats are there, of which 25,000 my Lord, on merit basis, and in the medical colleges, the capitation fee is anything between 50 lakhs to 1 crore, and therefore this industry, what they're involved in is the industry worth 2,500 crores, and leakage, the question of examination leakage, that has been happening for many years. My Lord, it happened in 2013, it happened in 2014. It happened in 2016, and these stations which we have referred to in Haryana, that was all involved in that. And in 2017, the matter came before this court.
Sir, Nedumar has got it. Then let's go what you are arguing. Thank you.
Then, my Lord, let me conclude it, my Lord, with one or two sentences. Then, my Lord, let me conclude it. Now, therefore, the question whether the leak which is not in dispute, which occurred in Patna, whether it has reflected in the results elsewhere. For instance, Latur. Latur is not a great educational coaching hub, and that is a question which is not extremely relevant, because ask any student, and I have filed a petition. I take your lordship to the petition. All the students, the petitioners scored. All of them have scored more than 650. They filed an application for implement, and that application.
Yes,
yes, I will only take your lordship to the marks. The petitioners with 16 numbers was put.
They've all got more than 60.
Yes, the numbers I have just taken 1 minute to your lordships. 690. Why are they? Then Anuraga got 652. And one of the students is here, and she got. Yes. So therefore, my Lord, my conclude. Yes. The examination be cancelled and re-examination be conducted for those who are eligible. 13 lakh students.
5. Because my first prayer was, my Lord's Re-NEET. My Lord, I am not repeating what my learned seniors have argued. There was only one judgment for Lordship's assistance, my Lord. The observations are very relevant in this Tanvi Sarwal's judgment. Sarwal's case. Because, my Lord, in Lordships came to a conclusion that there were 44 students confirmed who have benefited. In that situation also, your Lordships
out of 6 lakhs.
Yes, out of 6 lakhs. But your Lordships were in a situation to see what could be done in this situation, whether it should cancel the exam or, my Lord, wait for the investigation. But in that situation, your Lordships have cancelled the exam, certain observations, because ultimately these are medical doctors who are playing with the lives, my Lords. They will be.
Right.
Yes, my Lords. 2015, 6 SCC. 573. Yes. I would, if my learned court master could repeat this much. 2015, 6 SCC. No, 2015, 6 SCC 573.
One of the petitions what we have filed, it is picture attached with the resolution.
Because here in this situation, in this matter also, the investigation was in process. Certain reports were before your Lordships. And your Lordships did come to a conclusion that we don't need to wait for the reports. The very fact that 44 also have benefited. Lordship may just turn to 593 page, my Lords.
That's para 14.19. This was also my lords medical examination, APIMT my lords at that time, which CBSE was conducting. NEET came in my lords. If I may read my lords 14.19. Till date, 44 candidates have been. Am I with the lordships, lords? Yes, lords. Till date, 44 candidates have been found to be confirmed beneficiaries in the scheme who have been supplied with answer keys during the examination through electronic devices installed in their vests. Out of 358 suspects, mobile numbers of beneficiaries, 44 have been found to be registered at fake identities. 166 million, all those were in respect of the facts which were there in that. Then 15 million, the investigating agency in this report has stated in clear terms that from the disclosures recorded, it is beyond doubt that the strategy of providing answer keys has been executed by an organized gang with a network spreading over different parts of the country. Inspector General Haryana, who was present with his team, having been granted the leave, submitted the investigation. Full swing is in progress. Then I'll take your lordship down, my lords, where your lordships have held para 19, my lords. Segregating only the already 44 identified candidates stated to be the beneficiaries of the unprincipled maneuver by withholding their results for the time being, in our comprehension, cannot be the solution to the problem that confronts all of us. Not only thereby, if the process is allowed to advance, it would be pushed to the vortex of litigation pertaining thereto in the foreseeable future. The prospects of the candidates would not only remain uncertain and tentative, they would also remain plagued with the prolonged anguish and anxiety involved in the ordeal of court cases. Acting on this opinion would in our estimate amount to driving knowingly the students who are not at fault to an uncertain future with their academic career in jeopardy on many counts. Further, there would also be lurking possibility of unidentified beneficiaries. You know, this is important. Candidates stealing a march over them on the basis of the advantages availed by them through the underhand dealings as revealed, having regard to the facts that the courts involved.
That's some very strong. Wait, let's wait.
Yeah. Milods at the top of 595, very relevant, Milods, having regard to the fact that the course involved with time would yield the future generations of doctors for the country who would be in charge of public health. Their inherent merit to quality for taking the course can by no means be compromised. Then, Milods, then they talk about the facts of the case, Milods, and then, Milods, around Milods 8-9 lines from the top. We are conscious of the fact that every examination being conducted by human agency is likely to suffer from some shortcomings. But deliberate inroads into a framework of the magnitude and the nature as exhibited in the present case demonstrate a deep-seated and pervasive impact, which ought to not to be disregarded or glossed over, lest it may amount to travesty of proclaimed mechanism to impartially judge the comparative merit of the candidates partaking therein. Then, if your lordship may come down to para 21. Conscious are we that as a consequence, all India PMT Dental 2015 would have to be annulled, thereby disturbing the time schedule given by this court in so-and-so judgments, Milords. Do we respectfully subscribe to the calendar of the dates fixed in these cases, more particularly in the textual context thereof? We perceive that in the extraordinary fact situation that confronts us, where the examination involved is vitiated to the core by use of deceitful means and measures to the benefit of some, the consideration of departure from the set time schedule per se would not be a wholesome justification to sustain the otherwise tainted exercise. The time frame fixed by this court in the above case, in our opinion, we are not intended to be inflexibly adhered to in the situation of the kind with which we are seized off. The schedule of dates was fixed so as to streamline and discipline the process of admission by uniform application. So, Milords, in this, Milords, then para 23, we are aware that the abrogation of the exam would result in some inconvenience to all concerned and that some extra time would be consumed for holding fresh examinations with the renewed efforts. This, however, according to us, is the price that stakeholders would have to suffer in order to maintain the impeccable and irrefutable sanctity and credibility of the process of examination, to assess the innate worth and capability of the participating candidates for being assigned inter se merits. Okay.
Yes, we need to wait.
So, Milords, in this, your lordships did order re-examination of more than 6 lakh students. Milords, at the cost when 44 was available before them, that yes, they are confirmed beneficiaries. And Milords, the last submission in this, which I am obliged to my learned friend to have shown it, there is the statement of line, even if one undeserving candidate, this is in para 20, even if one undeserving candidate, a beneficiary of such illegal mechanism, though undetected, is retained in the process, it would be a denial of claim for more deserving candidates. So, para 20 lordships have said that. Today, the university, there are other players in my petition. Your lordships are only considering Re-NEET as of now, because other players as of
like what?
Yes, Milord. I have said, Milord, in the alternative, Milord, if your lordships are not inclined, Milord, there were many students, not only 1563 students, who had been given question papers late. In fact, I have annexed OMR sheets, Milord, in my IA. Milord, 220 is the time at which I have also annexed the invigilator instructions. They have to put the time. So there are many students. Nobody knew that they would get a time frame, Milords, for the and Milords, there is one student, Milords, who has written to them, Milords. That is an individual grievance, Milords. Should I argue it, Milords, now, or your lordship would consider only the...
We will not be dealing with him. We are not going to entertain individual grievances at all.
Then, Milords, then because
is not the remedy for that. Article 32 is not.
No, Milords, because everything was before your lordship. Now the examination has to start. The counselling has to start. So, Milords, if the OMR sheet, Milords, I have not been given my OMR sheet, Milords, to Milords. That's one of the prayers. So I don't want Milords. I am Milords. Because the
My lords, I represent.
Milords, then if your lordship is not entertaining, at least give me a chance, Milords, to go to the High Court as regards that prayer, Milords. Otherwise, then I'll be Milords nowhere in that regard.
Yes.
My lords, I represent students from Varanasi, my lords, and we have a distinct stand on the subject. Apart from supporting what my learned colleagues have stated with respect to the reconduct of the exam, my lords, I am also challenging the fact that 1563 students, my lords, were asked to sit
for a retest on the 23rd of June. According to me, my lords, that classification or computation of 1563 students, my lords, is totally faulty. And I lay good my submissions on this, my lords. I'm in petition number 384, my lords, writ petition number 384. My lord comes to the notification dated the 5th of May, 2024, my lords, which is annexure P3 in my petition, my lords, 3.36 at 384 of 2024. This notification, my lords, crystallizes the problem that was faced on the day of the exam. And this is only one single solitary notification by the NTA, my lords, on the evening of the day of the exam, accepting the fact that only one center at Savai Madhopur involving 120 students, my lords, was the cause for concern. Now, from the 5th of May till the 6th of June, which is 2 days after the declaration of the results, my lords, from the 5th of May till the 6th of June 2024, there is not a single testimony by the NTA, my lords, in its website, which it keeps updating every day with respect to students who have been affected at the respective centers. The question I pose unto myself, my lord, is if, as on the date of the exam, the NTA came out with a figure of one center at Savai Madhopur involving 120 students alone, the question I ask unto myself, my lord, is after declaration of results on the 4th of June, how has the NTA come to compute the magical figure of 1563 students? That's one question, my lords. The second question is that I ask unto myself is, should in case this figure of 1563 students as put out by NTA be taken as genuine, then the next question that this honorable court will have to ask of them is, does the 1563 students constitute a particular area in these three names that have been spoken about? Or do the 1563 students, my lords, constitute from all over the country? If they constitute from all over the country, my lords, it is indeed a systemic failure on the part of the NTA, which they have brushed aside under the carpet deliberately, my lords, wool over everybody's eyes. And had it not been for the outpouring of grievances that came from the students on the 4th of June, my lords, even this fact of 1563 would have been suppressed successfully. Now, with respect to the exam restricted to 1563 students, my lords, the question of law that I wish to point out to this honorable court, my lord, is if my lord has only for a moment the National Medical Commission Act.
The petitions challenging that have been dismissed by our court.
Sorry, my lords?
Petitions challenging the retest for the 1563
yes.
that they have been rejected by.
Yes, that could not have been done for those 1563 students. And the reason for that is, my lord, section 14. It has not been rejected.
Examination.
It was only said it will be heard later. Notices were issued.
It was issued. That application is pending.
It is pending.
Notice on that application challenging the re-examination.
And tagged it along with the main issue, my lord. So the issue is still pending alive. It's simmering, my lords. If my lord now has only for a moment section 14 of the National Medical Commission Act, and my lord may just be permitted to help me. Yes, my lord, just come. My lord, just be permitted to read this. Section 14, my lords. My lord is with me. It says there shall be a uniform national eligibility cum entrance test for admission to the undergraduate and postgraduate so and so exam. I only pause here for a moment, my lords. The fact that the statute specifies that there is only one exam, my lords, for the academic year 24-25. We have already seen two exams, my lords, one held on the 5th of May 2024, retest, my lords, which has been done on the 23rd of June. Now, technically speaking, my lords, if there is one exam that is contemplated by the statute, my lords, and this is the statute that governs this entrance exam, if there is one exam that is contemplated by this statute, my lords, then the very holding of a retest, whether it be 1563 or whether it be n number of students, my lords, the NTA does not have the power, not have had the power, does not have had the power, my lords, to do a retest for the limited number of students that it has done on the 23rd of June.
And insofar as the NTA
Hey God. What are they saying? They are right now in favor of cancelling the NEET. Not the judges though. All the advocates, right? After lunch, everyone there is like NEET, green NEET.
Yes. Right, please. And insofar as the NTA could not have conducted the second exam with respect to the same academic year, my lords, the exam that the NTA has conducted on the 23rd of June, my lords, results of which were declared on the 30th of June, must be set aside, my lords. The third aspect that I wish the third aspect that I wish to bring forth before this honorable court, my lord, is I may not have come as on date, my lords, within the 50th percentile, but the difficulty is this is of their own creation, my lords. When they introduce the examination system for NEET 24 on the 9th of February 2024, saying that there will be an exam held on the 5th of May, my lords, at no point of time in their initial dossier or notification do they come about that they will open a window. Now, when they opened this window on the 8th of April, giving a limited time frame between the 9th of April to the 10th, just 24-hour window between the 9th of April to the 10th of April to enroll students, as per our estimates, my lords, 24,000 and odd students have got onto the bandwagon of this exam. Now, imagine, my lords, imagine my plight. I'm a 12th class student who's been preparing for this exam right from class 8 onwards. Class 8, class 9, class 10, class 11, and class 12. 5 years of study have been spent for the opening of a window, which I comply, my lords, on till the 16th of March 2024. What happens subsequently, my lords, is somebody for the betterment or who has some understanding with the NTA gets a window open on the 8th of April for the 9th and the 10th. Known to all, this window is open, my lords, and let open at 10 in the night on the 8th of April. 10 in the night of the 8th of April, if a window has been opened, my lords, and 24,000 and odd students have got onto this bandwagon of this exam, my lords, the fact that today I do not have a good rank today is itself reason for the fact that, my lords, I have been trampled upon by 24,000 and odd students who have no business to be in this exam altogether because they have not shown the
delinquent, they have not shown the vigilance required of them to have filled up the forms when the forms were first brought out up till the 16th of February, 16th of March. That's my submission.
My lords, may I seek your permission to also address the issue of question number 19? We are contesting the fact that by deeming fiction, when the NT chose to say that.
Are you appearing in that?
My lords, item number 4. Yes, my lords. My lords, my submission is this. A question is set by the NTA that is ex facie ambiguous. The petitioner herein is a hardworking child who has got 711 marks. She is ranked 317. Apart from this ambiguous question, there is only one other question that she has gotten wrong. She was studying for 4 years. When she came across this question, she realized that the two NCERT books say two very different things. She knows it
didn't answer the question at all.
So she chose to not answer the question because outrightly she knows that this is an ambiguous question. And she also knows that the instructions of the question paper are extremely clear. They say that she can only answer one question.
By giving full marks to those who attempted question option 2 or option 4, candidates who are good candidates who did not attempt the question.
Yes.
They don't get those 4 marks.
They don't. And
if you got the 4 marks, you would have gone up from 711 to 750.
I would in fact be in the top 100 marks of this examination, my lords. And currently I'm at rank 317. And this is going to, if in the top 400 marks, there's a difference of, let's say, 200 odd ranks, my lords can very well imagine what the ranking is going to look like for 108,000 students. This is going to affect the rank list entirely and completely. And my lords, the NTA tries to rely on their information bulletin, which says that if you come across a question that has 2 correct answers, you rely on one. But my lords, what they're forgetting is, I do not know till after the question paper whether they're going to treat the 2019 NCERT edition as the correct one or the one prior to it. I'm not aware of that. So therefore, I cannot make the determination that there are 2 correct answers. Therefore, I have no instruction. I cannot assume that the NTA is going to, after the exam, choose to say that it was right that you could have marked either of those. It is by deeming fiction that they decided that children have come and said that we are using books of our elder siblings and therefore we shouldn't be held responsible for it. We're using old editions. Please give us this grace mark. And then the NTA makes that decision. And therefore, if I cannot rely on any instructions that have been given to me and I rely on the fact that this is ambiguous, I decide to not attempt the question because there is negative marking. I know that each mark in this question could mean hundreds of ranks for me. And again, I reiterate the fact that I have only one question wrong apart from this ambiguous question in my attempt. I have done extremely well. Just to take my submission forward, my lord, I will not hold my lords for very long. There is
just one question wrong apart from this one.
Apart from this, my lords. I am at rank 317 after the revised rank has come. I am likely to be in the top 100 ranks if I am given 4 marks and I go up to 715, and there will be others who will also move up in rank.
For 4 marks, guys. What are you guys crying for? Asking you, what are you guys crying? Crying for 4 marks. You get it? Rank is 370. She top 100. My simple question to you, what are you guys crying? We'll have to wait, guys. We'll have to wait.
But yeah, we can talk about this in the first question.
Panel discussion going on, and after this, they'll come up with some. Wait. So this is tiring. So I think after hearing this particular discussion, I cannot say anything. Wait, guys. It was a very strong discussion. Very strong discussion. Let's wait. No, technically, it should not be postponed. I think they should come with the final conclusion now. After hearing all this stuff, they should come up with the final conclusion now. It is indeed too much of tension. It is. Before lunch, scenario was different, and after lunch, scenario is completely different. It's opposite. Right?
My lords, may I just submit one thing? My primary prayer is that this question should be deleted, and therefore everyone will be marked out of 716 marks or out of 179 questions. But in the alternate, my lord, if we were to go by the NTA's own rules, and therefore they are only supposed to consider what is in the newest edition of the NCERT as part of the syllabus, then those grace marks should not be offered. Then they should stick to the fact that only
Option 4 is the correct one.
that only option 4 is the correct one, and then no one should get grace marks, and therefore the rules that they have themselves set can be met. And my lords, on my primary prayer though, can I just show my lords one judgment of this honorable court from 1983, my lords? My lords, it's 1983 for SCC 309.
What's the name of the case?
Kanpur University versus Samir Gupta, my lords.
At para?
Paragraph 18, my lords. And my lords, I'll briefly state the facts. This was
What is the principle which is laid down?
My lords, the principle was exactly this. This honorable court laid down that if prima facie it is determined that a question is ambiguous, then that question should not be considered as part of the examination, should be deleted, and should not be marked upon at all. This was a question also relating to a medical examination. This case also related to a medical.
Yeah, the question is not ambiguous.
Yes, Your Lordship.
What they could have really done was they said, look, only option 4 is the correct answer.
Yes, Your Lordship.
Because they got these representations saying that an earlier edition of the NCERT book has option.
Your Lordship, in 2019 itself, the change has been made, Your Lordship.
Earlier, the question, my lord, what they have stated on affidavit, Your Lordship, very clearly that 9 experts have finalized the answers thereafter. Thereafter, my lord, they have same line.
But
I'm arguing this. Let her finish.
So, my lords.
So you are saying that, well, you should be given 4 marks. Alternately, if that is not possible, then delete that whole question for everybody.
Yes, my lord. And if alternatively that is also not possible, then
or treat option 4 as correct.
Yes, because then
so at least then the number of people who will get that, the marks will be less.
Lords, you can see in the top 70, the people who've got 720, only 44 people will be delivered.
Your Lordship, there has been increase of 297% on rank 1 only because of this bonus marking that has been done by NTA.
My lords are well aware of that. That there is going to be a huge change in the ranking. 44 students who got 720 is because of this question.
Your Lordship, there might be
44, right?
Yes.
Out of 61.
Your Lordship, if to consider that rank 1 is aiming to go to AIIMS Delhi, if there are 50 odd seats, it is very highly not possible for even rank 1 students to get a admission in that seat, Your Lordship.
Specifically for the petitioner hearing, my lords, it's the difference between whether she gets into the top 2 colleges of this country or no.
So the alternate prayers that look treat only option 4 as the correct answer.
As per your rules, and that is fine.
What do the rules say?
The rules say that the latest edition of the NCERT is going to be treated as the syllabus for NEET.
In the same point, the NCERT syllabus is very clear. It gives a rationalized textbook on its website. It says that the contents which are irrelevant in the present context, the present edition is a reformatted version after carrying out the changes given above. The present textbook uploaded in PDF form are rationalized textbooks. These were rationalized for the session 2022-2023 and will continue from 2023 to 2024. So, Your Lordship, the same fact has been stated in 2019 edition as well. So, if we are going backwards in 28 and considering that a student who has studied in 2018 is giving the examination, so the student has to be aware of the latest developments that are taking place. Also, there have been circulation of fact that the study material provided by all these coaching institute, they themselves are referring to 2018 editions. I have certain copies, but Your Lordship, I'm not going on that fact. But the student has to be aware of the latest development that is taking.
Arguing that either delete this entire question and grade all students out of 716.
Yes.
Alternately, if you're not doing that, then only option 4 should be treated.
Your Lordship, in my case, I have answered the question correctly. I have answered point for the option 4 as the right answer.
I'm saying that treat only option 4 as
Yes, Your Lordship, because the question is not ambiguous, Your Lordship.
So the difference between your learned friend and you is she didn't answer the question at all.
Yes, Your
You answered, but you answered correctly.
Yes, Your Lordship.
So you're both saying treat question 4 only as the correct.
Yes, Your Lordship.
In her case, the benefit will be that the number of people who get the 4 marks will be less.
Yes, sir.
In your case, you have answered the question.
Yes.
You want the exclusion of those who gave option 2. Right?
Yes.
Let me bring more clarity. I have filed an affidavit in this regard and I've clarified.
What did you answer?
I have correctly answered, my lord.
4 or option 2 or 4?
In my answer paper, the option 3 was correct. That is, there are
what did you answer? Which option did you give?
Correct answer I have answered, my lord. That is
correct means what? There were 2 correct answers now.
No, my lord. Only one correct answer was given. My lord, what happened here? Can I clarify? Only one.
Tell us, did you answer option 2 or option 4?
My lord, there are 4 options. I have correct. My lord,
Answer 3.
Answer 3. That is correct one. It's correct one.
We are left with
That is, I can.
only one is left now. 1, 2, 3, 4. He says 4. He says. He says.
To us, we might even come to the conclusion that option 1 was the correct option.
No, it is not. I have filed the document. Give me 2 minutes. Let me clarify.
This question has different options are treated as
different.
Because there are different question papers where this same question is a different question number, and then the options are also differently numbered.
Yes.
So therefore, for him, option 4 is option 3.
Yes.
Hence the confusion.
Can I request?
The option.
Yes, sir. Option also. Correct.
Yes.
Kindly see here.
He's on the same.
He's on the same one as ma'am there.
Kindly see page number 13 of my additional paperwork. I have filed the documents on the record.
Maybe 3 in this case.
Yeah.
4 maybe that.
4 maybe 3. Yes, correct. Kindly see one.
Both your learned friends have done the arguing for you. Just sail with them. That's all.
Only.
Let them push the oars. You'll be better. You might actually.
Deletion would not be with my.
Both your learned young friends have made very well.
Well, can I request only one thing? Well, page number 19 and 20. We have
might spoil your case and their case as well.
No. This page number 19 and 20, my lord, we have filed the NCERT textbook also, where it has been mentioned that which is correct one. In 2023, my lord, the correct one has been mentioned. Therefore, my lord, the answer which was given earlier, first time published, is the correct answer.
They are doing the discussion on that one silly question.
It's the same.
Leave that, come to the
Same argument. The question 4 is the option 4.
It is in my case.
Option 3.
Yes,
that's what he's also then identity to what you are.
Yes. And well, ranking is very important factor, my lord. Our petitioners have got 700, 680, 682.
So this question 90 is a problem, and these are all genuine students because the point is that what your young friends have made a very powerful argument that they say that the instructions are that you must go by the latest version. Now, option 4 is admittedly, according to you, the correct question. You pick up that as your key.
Correct.
Now, you decided to accept option 2 based on the fact that the 2019 edition of the NCERT book had what is option 2. They are saying that, look, option 4 being the correct answer, both of them are arguing basically on the same line. The first learned Suriti Chaudhary, he argues that, look, though I didn't answer it, don't give those who answered option 2 full mark. Your other, ma'am, what's her name?
Isha Singh.
Isha is arguing that, look, I answered that. How can you give somebody who answered option 2?
I understood.
There, I think they may have a point.
They have the fallacy will be this, in the first argument, those who have not answered. But incidentally, she happens to be a candidate who is falling within first 100, possibly.
Possible answer to what Suriti argued, which is that if you don't answer the question, the assumption is that you don't know the answer.
Exactly. Otherwise, this benefit will go.
She argued.
Otherwise, this benefit will go to.
She argued that, look, as a responsible student, I found that there was an ambiguity that question 2 and question 4, rather than get a negative mark, I decided not to answer.
I have understood that submission, that argument of my learned friend. It's a very catchy argument, but. Suppose, my lord, she happens to be having 700 plus, but suppose I am having only 50 marks. And I did not answer because I did not know the answer. Then, my lord, if we go by the general rule, that then delete all the answers, or those who were very confident and knew about the new rule.
Or her alternate argument is that delete the entire question.
Yes.
The second alternate argument is that even if you not question, don't give me any marks. She said, I'm out on that question because I didn't attempt it. I didn't know. But 4 marks only to those who gave option 4 as the correct answer. Because her argument is, okay, I don't get anything in this. But by giving 4 marks to those who give option 2, you are actually increasing the number of people who got full marks. That is the area which the alternate argument is something which is very important.
I'll try and answer.
And even, my lord, they have changed the answer also subsequently.
And that is made very clear in the case of Ms. Isha's client, because there it's unlike the first case her client answers that question and answers correctly. So both these candidates will, if they are right, then the number of people above them will come down drastically. And
What we have considered is this one.
that's the point we have to consider on this. That's the one point we have to consider.
But otherwise, my immediate answer is, we are not dealing with a situation where out of two, one answer is wrong and one answer is.
So why did NTA eventually come to the conclusion that we will give full marks for option 2 also?
The reason is both were otherwise correct answers, the additions changed. So the confusion was logical.
Scientifically, biology is not possible. How can you say atoms, most elements of the atom are stable, and then also say all are stable? It'll either be most.
What is the question?
My lord, I'll just read it out. My lord's question number 19 says.
We take it right to a question on tort of criminal procedure, right? So we'll be able to understand it better.
My lord, it's actually, in terms of English construction, it is very straightforward. Even though.
Two statements. Statement 1, just read it.
Statement 1, my lord, says that.
Mishra is very confident of the both of us don't have that on this, but we'll see for that.
My lord, statement 1 says atoms are electrically neutral as they contain equal number of positive and negative charges. To this, there is no problem, my lords. This is fine. Statement 2 says atoms of.
What is the question? If you can read the question, please.
That's the question.
That's the question. Okay.
Statement 2, atoms of each element are stable and emit their characteristic spectrum. Now, my lords, the interesting part is that as per the old NCRT, the answer is atoms of each element are stable and emit characteristic spectrum. As per the new NCRT, it says atoms of most of the elements are stable and emit characteristic spectrum. Now, if a student is looking at this and they know that the new one says most and the old one says each, it is not possible that both are correct. It can either be each or it can be most. Now,
scientifically, the radioactive elements are not stable.
Therefore, they have given correct answer also.
The answer, he said option 4 is therefore the correct answer.
Yes.
And
Your Lordship, this was edited, this new edition came into 2019 itself.
Yes.
That atoms of most.
Addition. I have understood the problem.
But students, Mr. Solicitor, students are expected to read the new edition or the old edition?
New edition. That's the rule. That's
Yes,
That relies on an old edition. How can that?
he is also not to be faulted. That's
No, but your rule says that you have to read the latest edition. So by giving marks to option 2, you are in that sense going against your own rule, which says you must read the latest edition.
let me examine. So I have understood. There is a
Students will be affected if
the 9 lakhs have given answer 4 to be correct.
Let's.
see, those who have given 4 as correct are fine.
928 and
427.
424.
I don't know what these guys are doing. They're debating on the bonus question.
Only
Just tell us whether NEET or Re-NEET, what?
old book. The candidates who have given answer is 4,20,773.
That's option 2.
Yes.
And option 4.
And new 9,28,379.
9,28,000.
379.
So if you take only option 4 as the correct answer, 9,28,379 will get full marks for that. So 4 lakhs, read them only 4,20,000 students will get
From the right list.
will get negative or a negative mark.
Negative one. Might not get the negative one.
Marks different.
That's why in totality.
Negative, so 5 marks.
5 marks.
So they will lose their 4 correct marks
And
get one negative mark.
Your Lordship, what is surprising?
My lords, therefore, when we want to find an equitable solution,
Solution is give bonus to everyone. Whosoever attempted, not attempted, whatever. Just come to the actual topic.
Lord, we received, I'm sorry. We received representations from poor families that we used our siblings' book, or we didn't have new editions. Right.
Surprising is the older edition, which may have the newest edition 2019 already has that the most elements are stable and embed statistic spectrum. But what is surprising is the old booklet, that is 2018 or backward, is not even available in the market. Your Lordship.
It's available.
I tried to find out what is the older version. From where will I get it? The books are not available. If a child is reading their older siblings' books, so I don't know when did they pass out.
The books are passed down, my lords. That's the reason, and most importantly, it's the reason that a lot of there may be
Older versions have.
older version.
I will not join issue. They have some case. What we will examine.
I am a student from EWS, and I have the.
Obviously. The problem is, suppose we accept their argument and we say that anybody who answered option 2 shouldn't get any marks. None of those students are here.
Problem.
My lords, you could just say
it would reshuffle
5 marks. 5 marks, a very substantial difference.
4 plus 1.
Somebody who makes, because 44 out of 61 students,
and those who have,
all those 44 students will not only go down from 720, they'll get from 720, they'll go come to 750.
Yes.
And those who have not answered, not because they were brilliant, but because they were not answering, they would be benefited.
In the sense that those who answered option 2 will go out of the fray.
my lords, if we were to do this equitably,
Mr. Solicitor, the way your answers are framed, answer 2 is both statement 1 and statement 2 are correct. Right? That means both are correct. 4 is statement 1 is correct, but statement 2 is incorrect. You couldn't have treated both as correct answers.
Yes, your Lord. Your Lord.
2 and 4.
I don't know why I feel like the time is deliberately being wasted.
Because you have to take either option 2 or option 4. How can
both can't be true.
They can't survive. They can't exist.
they can't. My lords,
With the Lord's kind permission, with my Lord's kind permission, may I beg to appear in item number 3.21?
Yes, one is saying yes, other is saying no. It's clear case of the ruling of treason.
Your Lordship, the provisional answer key had option 4 as the right answer. It was only subsequent to the challenge by 13,000 odd students that the expert committee tend to change the answer.
Because of the older edition.
Yes, yes.
The change is not because 2 is also correct.
No.
But because 2 was what we showed in the older edition.
May be correct also. We do not know. Right now, I can't say.
Your Lordship, my Lord,
Technically, my lord, it's not. Maybe it is. We
Experts.
Yes. We have the report of the expert also.
Mr. Solicitor, did the experts say that actually 2 is the correct answer?
I do not see.
That's what they said.
Initially, first answer he had shown option 2 only correct, sir. It is the difference of the question mark. And later on, 2 options of the revisions.
All right, now you've heard everybody on this.
There is one. There is one issue of Meghalaya students. Where 2 centers, the papers were wrongly distributed. And then by the time the right question papers were distributed, around 40 to 1 hour time was lost. Now in their written submission, the NTA says at 17 July written submission at page 21, paras 21, my lord, they say that factual reports from city coordinators of Joy and Reboi, which are in Meghalaya, have established that loss of time was compensated for all appearing candidates. But this is incorrect because in my case, these students have come up, they made representation that loss of time was there. And 3.34 below.
Not separately considered, but I'll examine.
My lords,
I think, guys, this is a deliberate attempt of diverting from the main agenda. And maybe after some time, they'll say decision will be made on some other day. That's what I feel. Exactly. Even I feel the same. Even I feel the same. They just want to drag it till 4 p.m. and then tata bye bye some other day. See, before lunch, things were different, and after lunch, things are different. Before lunch, it was no Re-NEET. After lunch, it was Re-NEET. Now the judges are even confused what to say. That's what I feel. Yeah, I want to mute them, but what if at that time only they gave the conclusion? Then you guys will mute me, yeah?
Both answers cannot be correct. As a layman, let me.
So the statement 2 can't be correct because the radioactive element is not stable.
Yes, Your Honor.
So the answer, correct answer would have to be 4.
Yes.
So possibly the earlier books mentioned a wrong answer.
They mentioned the wrong answer.
It's
And it can't be that both answers are treated as correct because there is an internal inconsistency between option 2 and option 1. One can't survive with the other.
That's
Both
what I
can
say.
survive together.
As a layman, I feel both can't coexist. Both can't be true.
You see, normally you take 2 options as correct, where possibly both options are the correct answer. Now, in a situation like this, there is obviously an internal inconsistency between option 2 and 4. Both can't survive together. That's the problem. But I'll tell you what is worrying us also. I mean, that now 4,20,000 students have got the benefit of what you have done.
And based upon the book printed and continued to remain printed.
You don't have much of a case because your rules say that when you have to go back.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Lordship.
I think there is no such rule, my lord. I am told, subject to verification.
We'll just check that out. You can also sit with the officers in the evening and
Yes,
tell us.
I will.
I appear in 3.3. I have 3.34, my lord. In the
To make a short
there, the writ petition was filed by the student. 3.34, my lord, if my lord may kindly have it. The students of Jovai and Riboi.
So you got the wrong question paper.
Wrong question paper. Then they were right question papers were circulated, which resulted in a time lag of.
According to the NTA, loss of time was compensated. No?
Lord, that is what I wanted to show. We were not given any compensatory marks, nor we were permitted to appear in the re-examination, which was conducted for 1,563 students. And if my lord may kindly have my additional documents, IA number 133878 of 2020.
Mr. Solicitor, slightly different case. You can take instructions.
I am a 3.20, 3.34. My learned solicitor.
I am appearing 3.3 and 3.16.
I want to show two pages just Manoj.
Now, what is your grievance?
It is regarding Manoj that we say that a re-NEET should be happen, Manoj.
Sorry?
A retest should be happen, Manoj. Grievance is that, Manoj.
On what?
On Manoj, I have 2 pages, Manoj.
Now,
my IA.
They are tell us how many lawyers are asserting a retest should be happening now. No, apart from those who have argued. So those who are saying a retest should be happening, give us a 1-page, half-page written submission on why the retest should happen.
Yes,
email it to the court master by this evening. All right. Those who are saying a retest should happen, right? You have argued in the court, you need not submit your written submissions. Those who additionally want to supplement half a page, you can give us.
Yes, just one. There is one.
I say one thing more.
All right.
There is one graph.
With my lord's time permission, I'm in 3.21.
There is one graph I want to show, Manoj.
So what graph?
The graph of the students, comparative graph of what was the test results, Manoj, between 2023 and 2024. There is a graph which, Manoj, the graph earlier was that it achieves a peak and it dies down, Manoj.
Right.
Now it is not like that. It is like it is achieving a peak, then it is going like this, Manoj.
Right.
Then coming to
that we showed.
Yes.
Showed.
And then, Manoj, there is a one also secondary argument, Manoj. There was a news report which says there was CCTV missing. CCTVs which were there, which should be there, were missing. There were unguarded strong rooms, and which was found in an independent review of this, Manoj, by a third party, Manoj. So what was happened, Manoj? It is like 40% of the exam centers. There were no CCTVs. There no guard at the
point been made.
Lordship, permit me to mention something more than this.
Why do you mention it in your
Lordship, today morning itself, I received some documents from my client. I did not file anything, but this is something more than that. I appeared in the examination. As per the matching of the answer sheet sent by the NTA, I obtained 561 marks. When NTA sent a result to me, then I obtained only 353 marks. When, as per my Lord's order, they uploaded the entire result, I obtained 461 marks. That is much more than that, my Lord.
Yeah.
No, it is not listed, my Lord, because today itself I received all these things. So please, my Lord, I have this, my Lord.
I have
not even filed a matter. They have not even filed a matter. What do we take cognizance?
I could not file because itself today morning I received all these things.
File something, you then deal with it. You can't just take up matters like this.
These are 3-4 papers, Lordship, if may see.
Anybody who has...
And I belongs to a OBC candidate, my lord.
Anybody who has individual grievances, you may communicate your grievances. What we do is, we are hearing the broader issue here. The individual grievances, dealing and we'll hear that separately, you know.
3.5.
One prayer is left out in item number 3.16. I have prayed, first prayer is Re-NEET. Alternate prayer is, my lordship's forensic background check of the successful candidate.
All right, that will.
3.25 is little different because we are saying that the re-NEET should not happen.
Sorry?
This is for a group of students from Maharashtra, my lords. 3.25.
And you are saying there should be no Re-NEET?
No Re-NEET. Yes, my lord.
So you are not on this side?
Yes, yes.
So what is your argument is the way
The main argument is that this will create severe hardship to the students' hard work who have put in this effort not only since 8th till 12th, which is almost 4 to 5 years. Many students have also taken drop and prepared for this examination. And also, my lords, if we see the timeline, the process of registration started on 9th of Feb. The exam happened in May. The results came in June. So this will also entail them to again come back to this entire timeline and again draw back their procedure. So, my lords, we have certain submissions that no Re-NEET will be huge hardship for the students.
How many students are in the same boat as Ms. Tanvi Dubey, who said there should be no retake? Already we have. Anyway,
Lord, my lord, I want to say one thing, my lord, in my matter, my lord.
That's the point.
I say, my lord, I have not attempted the question for the reason, my lord, because there were double answer, my lord. So because of, my lord, apprehensions of negative marking, I have not attempted, my lord. So I have filed an IA to that effect, my lord.
Virendra Kumar Sharma.
Please, my lord.
What is your contention?
My contention is, my lord, I have not attempted the questions, my lord, for the reason because there were two.
Question 19.
And I may get negative marking, my lord.
Question 19.
Yes, my lord.
Then that's same as that your learned friend Ms. Sukriti Chaudhary didn't answer the question.
So I say, my lord, full marks is to be given, though I have not attempted because of the apprehension.
That you have heard already. You have heard this
total. My lord,
and here is one more IA, my lord. There are two IA, my lord.
Now, what is your client's total mark?
Sorry, my lord?
How many marks did your client get totally?
The total marks, my lord, I got, my lord, 654, my lord. 654, my lord. 6.
So you will get 658.
Yes, ma'am.
My lords, in item 3.21, may I be permitted to say?
And one more application, my lord, one more application.
Senior advocate, she is online when she's trying to make a submission. Slightly, the issue is slightly different.
Yes, Ms. Gupta.
My lords, my case is a standalone matter. I am seeking retest and parity with the 1,563 students who've been permitted retest due to lack of loss of time. I suffer from hypohidrosis, which is extreme sweating of palms and sole. I was not permitted to take the handkerchief despite the fact it is not a banned item. Even in my OMR sheet, I could not fill my roll number properly. Lordship may kindly have page 41 of the PDF.
It will be a complete retest.
Yes, but that's because I lost my time in that because my OMR sheet, my roll number was wrongly mentioned. And then they put the white fluid, and then every time the video will show that I was not permitted. When I make a representation, they don't decide it. This court directs and they say there was no ban on getting the handkerchief. But still I was not permitted. I was carrying my medical certificate. Because of that excessive sweating, my bubbling was, my pen was moving because of the sweating. I couldn't do proper bubbling. It's a totally standalone case.
Right. So now we close the arguments on this side.
Deeply obliged.
May I mention item 3.2?
May I mention regarding that question only? Item one completely different aspect. May I mention one IA regarding that question only, that has been report only listed for today also, but it was not in the call list. My IA may also be considered on the similar lines.
Item
3.4. Can I mention?
Lord, may I mention item 3.24?
In item 3.3.
My lord, in item 1, I am saying NTA officials are in. Not My lord, may I? May I have kind permission to mention item 3.24, my lord? Please. One that something can be entered.
Distribution is there.
Completely different.
One possible option which we have for that question 19 is that we can appoint, you just take instruction, we can appoint right now, we can ask the director IIT Delhi to appoint a board of experts. They'll take 5 minutes to give us a correct answer, right? And from the Department of Chemistry. And by tomorrow evening, they can tell us which is the correct answer.
May I respond 10:30 tomorrow? Let me just examine if there is a possible solution. Otherwise, my lords.
That direction would imply that my argument for Re-NEET is gone.
No, that is without prejudice to our argument. This is on this argument which these people are making. We are considering that. We are going to hear arguments on the other side. Otherwise, what happens is, after we decide that, then again to do the exercise will be too long. So simultaneously we can do both.
But I can leave it to your lordships, because I can otherwise respond at 10:30 minutes.
So, will you just discuss now the two
subject that they are sustaining the challenge? That's what I said.
It may not, I'm suggesting, I will either way not have difficulty. Instead of a committee, it can even be a one person. That's all. This is not something great.
Minutes for
an expert, it can't take one.
Question number 19. At the NEET. The following question, do not give the number.
Yes, because it could change one. Only question asked. On atoms in physics.
Question, yeah.
Q3.
Questions.
Q3.
One of the questions at the NEET UG 2024 examination read as follows. PDF page. It's on the structure.
My lords, in item 4, it's the question is at page 22, if that assists my.
Page 33, yeah? Page 33. Page 33.
You'll have to give the number of the matter so that.
Page 23, my lords.
Page 23.
Yes. And the question is at page 24.
Shouldn't be page 23.
Yes.
That's the work they have done. In order to resolve the issue, As indicated above, four options were indicated in the question frame, of which students had to select one option as their answer. Full stop. In order to resolve the issue as regards the correct answer to the above question, we are of the considered view that an expert opinion should be sought from IIT Delhi. So we request the director of IIT Delhi to constitute
any senior professor of the subject, I think it's physics paper.
Physics. It's also interrelations to chemistry.
Director at IIT Delhi to constitute a team of, let there be a team of 3 experts. A team of 3 experts who would be in a position who may, of the subject concerned, to stop. The expert team constituted by the director is requested to formulate its opinion on the correct option for the above question and to remit its opinion to the registrar, to the Secretary General of this court, preferably by 12 noon on 23rd. The Registrar General is requested to communicate a copy of this order to the Director IIT Delhi for that expeditious action.
Today itself.
Today itself, so that expeditious action can be taken. Expeditious steps for the preparation of the opinion be taken as stated above.
Also add that this is without prejudice to the contentions of the other side. Otherwise, it will be deemed to be in.
But we did not tell IIT Delhi that it is without prejudice.
In the order, man. In the order.
Look, let's not confuse the academic experts by all these linguistic excursions without prejudice. This is an understanding. We have told Mr. Huda that for us it's without prejudice.
Shall we place?
If we decide a retest for the entire nation, then this
goes.
But instead of deciding that first, then making a reference, we do it simultaneously.
Shall we place our report before them if they need any?
That's why we have not even said, what happened, etc. Because then they get confused on what exactly. Let them give us that one correct answer.
Can I mention minutes? We have filed 6 intervention application in 369 petition number. That may be allowed and we may be permitted to file a short submission.
Yes.
Grateful.
Grateful, my doctor.
Oh my God. So finally, they did the same at the end. Yeah, just divert the discussion of NEET Re-NEET into the bonus. Just a second, guys.
College interns for hiring only sir 2. Sir, the client needs new catalog images in an hour. The noodles nahi. What happened? College interns for hiring only sir 2. Sir, the client needs new catalog images in an hour. The noodles nahi.
So guys, I think it is pretty much clear from the discussion. See, I'll quickly summarize in like 2 or 3 minutes. I just want you to be with me for 2 or 3 minutes. That's all. See, before lunch, whatever I could see from all the discussions, the judges were completely in the favor of no re-NEET. They just wanted to check whether the paper leak has happened on the mass level or on the smaller level. Right? And before lunch, what judges exactly were all about? They were asking the advocates not to divert the cases, just tell us whether the paper was leaked on the larger scale or on the smaller scale. Right? That is something which judges wanted before lunch. Right after the lunch, things turned a bit. Because lot of advocates, right? They were giving some solid reasons for the re-NEET examination to happen. One clear analogy was given by one of the advocates, saying that if someone is diagnosed with cancer, he'll be advised to do certain tests by the doctor, right? But if the tests are not satisfactory, if the tests are not exactly giving us the idea whether the patient is suffering from the cancer or not, still the doctor prescribes the chemotherapy. So what exactly that means? That means if the paper got leaked on the smaller scale or on the larger scale, that is not the matter. The matter is there should be re-NEET for all. That was the discussion post-lunch, right? And a lot of advocates talked about that. One thing. Number two, second most important thing. What was that exactly? That was, as per the advocates, the CBI basically, they posted the report not only in the state of Bihar, not only from Madhavpur. No, there were 5 to 6 states involved as per the discussion, right? But later on, when these discussions were going on, I could clearly see, my dear students, I could clearly see from the judges, the expressions, the way they were talking post-lunch, they did not want to listen anything related to no-READ. Anything related to re-NEET. Yeah? They did not want to listen anything related to re-NEET. And right after the lunch, what judge told that today they are going to close the matter. But when a lot of advocates started showing up with the re-NEET conversations, eventually they could not, I could clearly see they had nothing to say about re-NEET. And slowly the discussion was diverted to the bonus question, right? Whether marks should be provided to the bonus question or not, which option should be this, which option should be that, right? Slowly they just killed the time, waited till 4 p.m. for the court to get adjourned. That is the end of the discussion. That is the end of the discussion. My dear students, you could clearly see the judges were not willing to listen to the re-NEET. They did not want to listen to anything related to re-NEET. If anyone wanted to talk about the re-NEET, like this should happen, those students who got more than 164, right? Their test should be reconducted, etc., right? A lot of people wanted to. A lot of advocates wanted to say that at the end also. But judges were like, no, we have listened to this. We'll see. Then judges were like, how many of you do want a re-NEET examination? How many advocates sitting over here want the re-NEET? File a half-page complaint, etc., right? Okay, so they were not in a position to, they were not in a mood to listen to the re-NEET conversations, re-NEET hearings, right? Even at the end, one of the advocate told, when they were continuously talking about the bonus question, etc., one of the advocate told that if you are talking about the bonus question, it directly leads to no re-NEET. But at that point of time, judges told, no, we are considering that also. This also, we cannot take all the things hand in hand. There should be one discussion at a time. So right now, this is that bonus question going on. So eventually they'll come up with something about the re-NEET, no re-NEET stuff as well. So again, there will be a next hearing, but they did not talk about the next hearing yet. But right after this particular session, you just need to wait for like 15 to 20 minutes. I'll come up with the summary of the entire hearing, right? Which I'll post on the same channel or your Unacademy NEET English channel. And I'll let you know what is the next hearing date and what all important points were covered over here, right? And at the end, I would say it was nothing but a wastage of time only. Yeah. Nothing was told about the counseling, whether counseling should stop, whether counseling should continue. Nothing they talked about that. Number one, right? Number two, they did not want to listen to the Re-NEET conversations. Okay? They did not want to listen to the Re-NEET conversations at all. They talked about the bonus questions, etc., etc. So that was the quick summary of whatever happened till now. Just let me check whether they gave some date for the next hearing. Just be like this. Just a second. Just a second, guys. I'll tell you the next hearing date. Again, tomorrow. Tomorrow it is the hearing again. Tomorrow it's the hearing again. Okay? Tomorrow they are going to do it. Tomorrow they are going to do it. I think tomorrow it's going to be full and final now. Yes, tomorrow it's going to be full and final now. Yeah, so guys, I think that's it. Let's wait till tomorrow now. But most probably, the way judges were talking, right? The expressions which the judges had, right? It was directly leading towards no Re-NEET. But there were some strong points made by the advocates, right? Wherein judges took a lot of time to discuss, etc., etc. And tomorrow, most probably, they'll come up with the final judgment. So final judgment will be tomorrow now, not today. Okay? Right? Chalo, with this, I'll be taking a leave, right? I know you guys will be tired, so am I. Chalo, take care. God bless you all. And love you all, guys. Bye-bye. Take care, take care, take care. Well, if you ask me, are there any chance of Re-NEET? As I felt from the entire discussions to happen from the morning, I think the chance of Re-NEET are barely minimum. Because the judges were not in a position, the judges did not want to listen to any conversation related to Re-NEET. And whenever anybody was talking about Re-NEET, they were just laughing over it, right? I could see that clearly. Chalo, let's wait till tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow I'll come up live again with the same hearing. We'll see exactly what is going to be the next, right? Chalo, take care, guys. God bless you all. And